Hey guys, welcome to Ecommerce Townhall. Super excited to have you guys here. So quick introduction to the event, and then we're going to jump straight into our speakers here in 5 minutes. We put together this event to really help you scale and streamline to get to the next level. At HelpFlow, what we do is we provide 24/7 live chat teams and customer service teams to hundreds of e-com stores. And we've been doing this for 6 years, worked with a lot of different stores, and we've noticed patterns. We've noticed patterns to the stores that end up scaling well. And every single store that we've seen grow through the years, and that continues to grow, is really focused on scaling and streamlining to get to the next level. Whether that means going from 6 figures to your first $1 million year, you have to scale and streamline things and stabilize things once you get to that 7-figure mark. Then as you go from 1 million to 3 million, 3 million to 6 million, 10 million plus, it's a constant effort of scaling and streamlining. You have to scale with better executions and better execution of ads, better execution of your conversion game to really get to that first million. You have to streamline with better forecasting and better demand planning to really be able to fulfill all those sales. And then to get to another level, you have to scale again by basically cracking new growth channels, right? Like maybe in addition to paid traffic, if that's what you started with, layering in affiliates, layering in influencers, basically building another channel. And then again, once you've done that, you streamline again. And maybe at that point, it's streamlining the CS process, the people side of the business, to make sure that everything is able to scale on the people side of things. And so it's a constant process of just scaling and streamlining to get to the next level and basically going back and forth as you continue to grow. And so we put together this event to really help you see the patterns to be able to get to the next level. If you're, running an 8-figure e-com store, the patterns to go from 6 figures to 7 figures and 7 figures to 8 figures is very clear to you, right? Because you've done that before. And if this is your second or third store, you might even say it's simple. Maybe not easy, but it's simple, right? For you to see those patterns. What we wanted to do for this event is to bring in speakers that will help you to see those patterns on a wide range of topics, right? So this is a little bit of a unique event where there's not actually a major theme to the topic, right? We're not only going to talk about acquisition. We're not only going to talk about logistics. Instead, what we want to focus on is a wider range of topics, with the thread that ties everything together being established stores. So stores that are, at that 6-figure, at that 7-figure mark and trying to get to that next level. The goal with what we're trying to do with the range of topics that you guys have seen on the agenda is basically to have 1 or 2 sessions that are a game changer for every single person that registers. A game changer to see around the corners of what you're trying to do to get that part of the business to the next level. So we've got speakers talking about the email marketing game. We've got speakers talking about paid traffic, organic traffic, influencers, social causes, fulfillment, logistics, whole bunch of different things. But we want there to be really 1 or 2 sessions that are an absolute game changer for you to really understand what's going to be needed to get that part of your business to the next level. So I think that everybody will be able to get a lot of value out of the event. As far as format, we're going to have short, actionable topics. Really, it's going to be about 20 to 25 minutes per speaker with some Q&A after. As we're going through the actual sessions, be sure to just put your Q&A into the comments. You should be able to see that on the screen. Also, if you're streaming this from Facebook, YouTube, we're streaming it in a whole bunch of different places. You should be able to drop comments in there as well, and that should float up into our magical event system to be able to see those comments. So wherever you're watching, drop comments in there with your questions, and we'll try to cover those during Q&A. With that said, if you're actually watching through Facebook Live or some sort of streaming service and you didn't actually register for the event, like you kind of came across it as a video online, go to ecommercetownhall.com/live. Once again, ecommercetownhall.com/live, because that is where we're going to be sharing the recordings after with everybody that registered, even if you registered during or after the event. We'll share the recordings with you. We'll share resources from the different speakers. And that way you can really just dig into certain topics, share it with your teams, make it part of your execution process on the business. and just get a lot of value out of this event. We want to make sure that you get actionable stuff that you can implement to get your store to the next level. As far as the speakers that we brought in, these are some of the experts behind big stores that are producing big results. We've got a lot of partners that are part of this event, Shopify partners, agencies, and people that have really been able to see the inner workings of a lot of different stores when it comes to their areas of skill. And so you're going to get a lot of value by being able to have them just pull back the curtain on how the game actually works in that part of the business. And also for Q&A, feel free to dig in to nitty-gritty details on the Q&A. So, we can try to get some context directly related to your brand. But for now, I know we've got Dylan in the backstage area of our software, so we can go ahead and bring Dylan in. So Dylan is CEO of Wavebreak, an email marketing and SMS agency that has powered over $100 million for high growth DTC brands. He's also a friend of mine. We've talked about war stories and client wins and all those types of things. So he has a ton of experience that I'm aware of that I hope he'll be able to paint as much of a picture of for you guys as possible. But what Dylan's going to dig into today is really how to maximize email revenue as we go into Q4. I know it is, what is it right now? It's July. It's only July, so like Christmas is pretty far away. But the brands that crush Q4 are the brands that get ready throughout the year and learn from last year and try to maximize each time. So Dylan's going to dive into really how to maximize revenue for Q4, and also he's going to talk through iOS 15, which iOS 14 came out and changed the whole Facebook advertising game. iOS 15 is coming out. Apple is on a path to change e-commerce quite a bit, and there's things you can do to be on the right side of that. And so Dylan's going to dig into some of that. But for now, I want to hand it off to you, Dylan. Thank you so much for joining us, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me, John. I really appreciate it. You've got an awesome lineup today. This is a really exciting event, and I know how hard it is to put one of these on. So thanks for putting this together. Love that we're streaming on different platforms. And yeah, like you said, I'm excited to chat today through Q4 and what's going on with iOS 14, iOS 15, and then how you can position yourself for the most success possible. And this is all from our direct experience. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up our deck here, but I appreciate the introduction, John. I'm excited to dive in. For people who don't know me, my name is Dylan Kelly, host of the Wavebreak podcast, interviewed over 150 leading e-commerce brands, sponsored by Klaviyo, ranked a top 5 e-commerce podcast. It's a top marketing podcast on iTunes. I'm also founder and CEO of Wavebreak. We're the email and CRM agency for high growth D2C brands. Like John said, we've driven well over $100 million in revenue for our clients through email and now through SMS as well. And that's really where my story comes. So I started Wavebreak back in 2016. I noticed that a lot of brands didn't have email as a channel. And then what I ended up discovering was email and really a focus on your customers through channels like email and SMS, and going beyond email as a channel. If you look at it as a growth lever, you grow a lot faster. So we have experience working with clients, adding what we do, going from 5 million a year to 25 million a year in a single calendar year. Brands going from 10 million to 100 million a year in 24 months. And the key piece of that is getting email right, because what it does is just fuels everything else. And so just like John was saying, Q4 seems like it's super far away, but what's actually going to drive your results for Q4 is what you do now. So if you don't have a warmed and primed email program now, especially with iOS 15 rolling out, which we'll get into, you're not going to be in the best spot to have a great Q4. And that's exactly what we want to talk about today. So the title of today's topic is how to prepare for Q4 email success while navigating the latest shakeup of iOS 15. And I'm going to give you some really tactical things that you can do and go and implement and show you exact examples of what we're doing that's working right now. So it's not just like I'm talking about fluffy concepts. Like this is something that you can go lock yourself in a room tomorrow, create a great strategy for Q3 leading into Q4, and then have a great rest of your year. So iOS 15, let's start there. The elephant in the room when it comes to email. What's happening? What do we currently know? And what can you do to prepare and continue to have success with email as we get closer to Q4? Quick summary of what's happening. Basically, Apple is rolling out an update through iOS 15 called Mail Privacy Protection for their Mail app. If you look inside your analytics, a lot of people receiving your emails are opening on mobile. A lot of those people are opening on iPhones using the default Mail app. This is expected to happen sometime in September to November. Initially, just like the pandemic, it's like this was very scary as a business owner, as a marketer, as an e-commerce leader, whatever your role is. But now that we have a little bit more info and we've been testing behind the scenes since this was announced, we have a lot more confidence in what to do, and email's really not going anywhere. But what is changing is email opens are no longer going to be able to be tracked on Apple Mail accurately. So they're going to be blocking those. Apple Mail users are going to be able to hide their IP addresses. So you're not going to be able to do any location-based segmentation based on IP. And iCloud subscribers are going to have the option to hide their email addresses when signing up for email lists. Of those, the most scary for brands, I think, is the email opens no longer being tracked, since that's a key segmentation strategy that a lot of brands are using right now. I think it's a bit of a lazy segmentation strategy. We'll get into why. And if you guys have questions, what we'll do is just drop them in the comments and I'll answer them after. But that's kind of the scariest piece. IP addresses is okay. You'll have to collect that data in a different way. iCloud subscribers being able to hide their email signups. It's kind of a pain, but there's some things that you could probably do on the sign up side in blocking those emails from signing up. And so not too worried about that. But the biggest thing is, like, now that you're not able to track engagement via opens on one of the most popular mail apps, what do you do? And then what does it mean for your email marketing? So ultimately, don't be worried. As long as you adapt, your email revenue won't be going anywhere. Email is such a successful channel that you can do it poorly and still see great results. You're just going to have to get better at it because it's getting harder. And this is a big opportunity for brands to evolve their email programs to be a more powerful revenue driver in general. And so the good news is that open rates of your program, like, that's great. We have customers seeing clients at Wavebreak who see 80% open rates for like multi 7-figure brands, which is kind of unheard of. But ultimately the open rates, it's not what determines success of an email program. The more people opening, the better. But ultimately success comes from revenue. And now, before you get something in your mind, before I jump too far, you have to think about, like, oh, are we just sending to make money? Well, the answer is no, but that is how you measure success. But where does revenue come from? Revenue ultimately comes from a great customer experience when customers are saying, I love brands' emails, because otherwise you're going to experience a lot of attrition. People are unsubscribing. And like I said, a lot of people are just treating email as a channel when they need to look at it as a growth lever, and really personalize their program, which is what we're going to dive into today with tactical examples that you can copy. So we're going to be specifically going over 3 Q4 prep strategies to have your customers saying, I love brands email. So how do you deliver a great customer experience via email in 2021? Strategy number 1, personalization. It's talked about a lot, but very few brands actually do it. So I love to go look at this recent example from Eddie Bauer, which is a huge brand, lots of subscribers on their email list. They could very easily segment this content, but instead they're cramming as much content as possible in this email. We've got women targeted content, we've got men targeted content, and the whole email doesn't even fit, but it also starts going into kids and a bunch of different things. A company with that much data could have a much more personalized program. And what's crazy about this is you even look at this email, like, you can't tell if this was sent in 2012, if this was sent in 2002, or if this was sent 3 weeks ago, which it was. And I think that just shows how little the email as a channel has evolved, because it's so effective, but it's not going to be as effective anymore. And you're going to have to shift from emailing like level 101 to what I call 1001. So what should you do instead? Ultimately, you want to segment your emails to deliver a personalized experience, which is going to drive increased conversions, and personalize the content of your emails for the subscriber. We're seeing a lot of innovation on Facebook ads and other channels. We know at this point that personalized content wins. And a bonus tip is to just evolve email as a channel, just like every other channel has evolved. So what does that mean? That means using current pop culture to make your content feel even more personal and less marketing. The content of an email hasn't really changed much in the last 20 years, which isn't surprising to find, which makes the result of a lot of programs losing a lot of revenue not surprising, because every email looks the same. Yet we have consumers who have changed rapidly, right? TikTok is growing really fast. People are used to really quick, snappy content, but most emails still look like a magazine catalog that would get sent to your house. And so that's what we're going to talk about today. And here's a specific example of a highly segmented, highly personalized email. So this is a brand called Ballsy. They're really awesome. You might have heard of them. They're growing really fast. They're a client of ours. So what we did was over the summer to drive more loyalty, we integrated their loyalty program through Smile.io directly into their campaigns and did a few highly segmented campaigns. And there's a few key pieces that I want to break down. So one, we targeted the content to the subscriber specifically. So are they a rewards member? If so, we're going to show them the balance. Are they not a rewards member? Okay, if not, we're going to offer them a promotion to join the program and to spend more money to join the program by offering 2 times loyalty points. And then we even personalize the content a step further to not just show the points, but if you look at the type of content that we are sharing here, this was when, Bitcoin was going up and down. And so the theme of this email was Volcoin is booming while Bitcoin goes up and down, Volcoin is forever. And here's your current balance to the moon as a CTA. We saw really high engagement on this campaign. And it's just a fun way to integrate what's happening in culture in the email channel, just like you would somewhere on social versus, the good old typical promotion style email. Now, these emails still drive revenue. They still drive a lot of LTV because if you look at your customer base, the people in a loyalty program are your best customers. So an email like this that's highly targeted is going to drive a lot more revenue than just, hey, buy something that we have. Another piece in personalization is taking your flows further. So if you have some automated email sequences set up, I want to take you behind the scenes of a $35 million a year email and SMS program that we run. And something we do for them is every single month we update their flows to increase urgency and ultimately conversions. So for example, this is a sale we ran on 4th of July. What we did was gate the discount to drive more subscribers. So in order to get access to the discount, they had to sign up for the email list. Then the discount became more worth it because now we're getting an email and a text in exchange for it. And then beyond that, we're delivering an extremely personalized welcome series that includes the sale end date. So if they subscribe, they're getting personalized 4th of July content through an automated series, not just our campaigns. And then a step further, if they join that list and they abandon during that time period, we're sending out a 4th of July specific abandoned cart series and using real urgency to get them to convert. And then we scale the same thing out on SMS and then we layer it in and we see incredible results. And that's how we're running a program that's been highly tested and now drives over 35 million a year from that. So you can also not just segment your campaigns, but also take your automation further. Strategy number 2 that we're seeing a lot of success with and what really stands out with our clients is creative, a focus on email creative. Even today, I was talking with our director of strategy. She had a call with the client this morning, and we noticed that open rates and click rates have gone up significantly, while we've also made a ton of investment in improving their email creative over the last 3 months. So by investing in your email creative, you end up seeing a lot better results from email. Here's why. So just like your Facebook ads, and this is an old Nielsen article from 2017, and they at the time said about 50% of ad performance came from creative. Obviously, we know now that number is probably way higher. This study is years old. But if you look at your Facebook ads and what makes them successful, usually it's creative. Yet most brands haven't doubled down on email creative. Even back to the Eddie Bauer example, if you look at these emails, they're sending the same repetitive content day in and day out with the same coupon, the same layering. And it still looks the same as if they could have sent it in 2005 or 1995. It doesn't look like, you can't even tell what year it is. And so we notice a lot of brands have repetitive creative, or they just haven't invested in their creative at all. You have an amazing Facebook ad that you spent thousands of dollars on the creative for. You're spending a lot on Facebook ads. You've got a beautiful site. It's conversion optimized. And then you're sending out emails that don't drive a good customer experience, that don't let your customers say, I love brands emails. And so one tactical example for getting it right is this example here with Casely is like, don't just sell, but also integrate social and then build community. So the concept of social commerce, right? Our culture is so driven by social media. So how do we extend that experience on the email channel? And we evolved the email channel to operate like the modern consumer. So here we're running a buy 2 cases, get 1 free promo, but to grab their attention in the inbox, first we're highlighting a TikTok. We're using a nice GIF to capture their attention in a crowded inbox when everybody's sending emails that look like this. This stands out. And in terms of preparing for Q4, if you have a highly engaging email program, what's going to happen is you're going to see, like that client I was telling you about before that we had a meeting with today, you're going to see your open rates increase, you're going to see your click rates increase. So by the time Q4 comes and you go to pull that sales lever, you're going to have a lot more engagement and see a lot more results because you have a super engaged program because of the content you're sending, not because you're just emailing people who've opened an email in the last 90 days, which is the lazy segmentation strategy that has developed. And so back to this ballsy example, even the creative in this email is personalized, right? We're dynamically highlighting the amount of products they have, if they're a member of, or the amount of points they have. If they're a member, they're getting a different email than the other person. And then to top it all off, like I said before, we're highlighting something that's happening in pop culture, which makes it a highly relevant campaign and makes people laugh. It helps them. Like, we always have fun with our campaigns, even for clients who aren't as, off the wall as ballsy. Like, we're always trying to send emails that have creative copy, great design that stands out in the inbox, because it's more and more important as the inbox gets more crowded and more people are sending these bad emails. Good emails really go the extra mile. So strategy number 3 is data, really knowing and understanding your data. This is something where this is going to be the key to transitioning in a post iOS 15 world. It's going to be data and creative. So creative to get better engagement through clicks, so you can track that. And then data and just understanding how and why your customers buy and building a program around that, instead of just best practices on flows and like, okay, maybe we send this 30 minutes later and this 3 weeks later. Actually understanding your customers and building an email program around that is going to serve you more as a growth lever instead of just getting a lot of revenue from email as a channel. And so what does that look like? Well, everybody has so much data in e-commerce, but so few people use it. So how can you use it this summer? Well, what we're doing with our clients is we are optimizing for iOS 15 and testing to maximize open rates this fall and beyond by setting benchmarks and testing what subject lines are the most successful. What about pre-header text? But strategically testing it, not just because we're going to send the same subject line over and over again, but figure out what themes. Does direct versus indirect? Are we looking at emojis versus no emojis? Which surprisingly sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. What about send times and days? When is the best time to get the best engagement? And then even going a step deeper on that, where's the revenue actually coming from? And what days are driving the most revenue? Because you might get a lot of open rates when someone's on their lunch break on a Monday, but they have a bunch of work to do to get to the week. So are they actually going to convert into revenue? Those are all things that you can understand by diving into your data and really understanding it and crafting your program around that. You'll have a lot more confidence in your program. You'll drive a lot more revenue, and you'll have a lot more confidence in your future growth because your email strategy is aligned with the overall business. And it'll take a lot of pressure off your acquisition efforts when you're spending a lot on Facebook ads, getting less and less return. And then the next key piece is, once you have that data, really understand it and build your email program around your customer journey. That's why we're so successful with our clients. We're not looking at email as a tactical channel to drive revenue. It's great at that, but we're looking more specifically, how do we really go deeper and personalize the program to that brand, to that customer, so that we're driving the right business result that we want, which is, if you're looking to increase LTV, are you doing that strategically, or are you just kind of winging it? For example, for our clients, we'll look at, so it turns out if somebody doesn't subscribe after their first purchase, they're more likely to drop off after the second if it's a subscription brand. And so we build that in around that client. But if we're selling a mattress, it's a totally different program. But what we do for email works extremely well because we're molding it around the customer journey. So even with a high-end product like a mattress, which we sell, which we run email for, we're looking at the customer journey differently, right? It's not like a phone case where it's $25 and it's an easy buy. There's a lot more education. And that's why what we do works so well across brands, is because we're looking at the customer journey and building around that. Like if you're trying to make Facebook ads work and you don't have a great or perform better and you don't have a great email and CRM program on the back end, it's gonna be harder to scale, because when we add this and we actually build it right, we see our clients grow extremely fast. Like I said before, from 5 million to 25 million and beyond. And then the next piece is just preparing for that post iOS 15 world. Measuring click rate, conversion rate, revenue. How are you going to measure success? What is your segmentation strategy going to be if you can't segment based on opens? What we're doing with our clients is we're diving really deep in the data and really understanding like deeper customer behavior and building our programs around that, instead of just, we're switching from opens to clicks as our metric, because it's not one for one and you'll end up potentially leaving revenue on the table, or maybe not. You got to test that. Like if we just send to, that's a great test you can run this summer, is like if we just send to people who click last 90 days instead of the people who open, do we end up driving less revenue, or is it the same because those clicks are the people who are actually engaged? That's what you should be testing this summer. And then ultimately building your program around the customer journey is what's going to really make you successful. And then a bonus tip here is to launch SMS if you haven't already, because we're seeing amazing results from that. If you don't have one, you should definitely launch and optimize your program. Even with a smaller list, you can see some really big results. So right here's an example from a brand. We launched with them in SMS in last year. And with a list as small as 30,000 people that we built in about 6 months, we're seeing 1.6 million a year in revenue from it. And it's actually, the attribution is actually real, because you can go in Shopify and you see the spikes. And we ask our clients all the time, like, hey, are you seeing an increase from this? And the CEO of this company is like, yeah, every time we send out a text, we're literally shipping out more orders the next day or the same day in our warehouse, and their office and warehouse are connected, so they can feel it. And so it's real attributed revenue. If you don't have SMS, you got to do it right, but it's a great channel for our clients. And combined with email, it's extremely powerful, because then you can reach people in 2 places. And so that's pretty much it. If you want to learn more and you're worried about iOS 15 and how your program is going to scale, and you want to apply these principles, but you don't have the team in-house to do it, that's exactly why we exist, to help you scale personalization, improve your creative, and make your strategy more data-driven. That's why we're so successful. We have a great team with a great culture that really becomes an extension of your team. And if you want to learn more about that, you can schedule a call with me and my team at wavebreak.co/call. And you can get on our email list to get these insights every single week and learn about future events that us and John will put together by signing up at wavebreak.co/join. And you'll join e-commerce leaders at brands like Cartier, Walmart, Goop, and a whole lot of thousands of other leading brands. So thanks so much for having me, John. And really excited to dive into some questions if we have any.
Awesome. Yeah. So if anybody has questions, keep them coming in the comments, and we'll pull them in as needed. But I jotted down some from some of the other channels, because we're streaming on different channels, and some channels show up in the system, some channels don't. But I'm curious, like one of the things I'm genuinely curious about is iOS 15. This is a big question, I guess, a broad question, but what percentage of emails do you sense that will actually affect, right? So like Facebook, iOS 14 effect on Facebook is massive, because it's like a big portion of everyone's spend. What does that mean for Apple Mail? Like, what do you see as kind of the data so far, or projections, I guess?
Yeah, great question. So obviously it depends on the client. If you're selling phone cases for iPhones, you're going to have a much larger percentage of your client base like that. I mean, overall, we're seeing typically 80 to 90% of emails opened on mobile. So back to that creative piece, really make sure you're optimized for mobile. And then of that, we're looking at, it really varies. It could be a large percent of the subscriber base, up to 80% are those people, depending on the type of customer, or as low as 5%. And it really depends. Like if I were a brand, what I'd be doing is I'm creating segments inside Klaviyo, Omnisend, whatever I'm using, and really understanding what percent of that is in the customer base. You're going to be able to do a little bit of subject line testing on people outside of that, but what everybody's planning for is, if we can't track Apple Mail, Google's probably going to follow suit, just like they have been with everything else. And so it's like, how do we create a more holistic strategy that's not just based on engagement? But yeah, overall it varies. If you're selling phone cases for iPhones, it's going to be a lot higher. If you have a more sophisticated customer and you're selling, for example, we have a customer who sells high-end mattresses to millennials. Like they have more sophisticated customers who are typically using iPhones. That number is a lot higher versus, different demographics, that might be more urban or something where you have more Android phones, where it's going to be, not as big of a deal.
Yeah, it makes sense. Another question somebody asked on one of the channels I'll kind of paraphrase, but the IP blocking that you talked about, where Apple enables people to essentially hide their IPs. Does that affect, like, if you send an email out and you're trying to kind of build a profile about somebody? So you've got, men's related stuff, kids related stuff. Like ultimately you're trying to gauge, like, do they have kids, right? So do they click on the kids thing? I don't even know if this would be a good strategy, but if you were trying to segment people for future emails based on what they clicked, does the IP address blocking mess that up? Will you be able to track that click back to their actual record in the email system?
I'm not sure I totally understand. Like, so basically, are we going to lose like profile tracking through click rates and things?
Yeah, like basically click activity tracking that can tie back to their record, back to their profile. Does the IP blocking of iOS make that not visible? Like, does it make it so you can't track it back to the person?
Yeah, so it's just not going to show the IP address. So anything related to the IP, which typically we use location, it's going to do that. Click rate is going to be sent through. You got to make sure you have tag manager set up, UTM set up.
Right.
That's still going to be able to be tracked in GA, and Klaviyo and platforms like that host all of the click data on their own platform. So it's not like it's able to be blocked. So like the Klaviyo link tracking, like those aren't going to be those will still be a thing as far as we know. That's the other thing. We don't really have many more details besides what they've announced so far. Even ESPs we're working closely with, we don't totally know what's going to happen. Another thing people are concerned about is like browse abandonment. So like, how's that going to work? Well, that's hosted directly on your site, and then it's going to be tracked back through like, first party data through something like Klaviyo. And that's the other thing is like people are freaking out about, third party versus first party data. Like the biggest change is you're just going to have to host and own your data and then upload it to wherever you want to use third party data or to use that data. It's not like the data is going anywhere. It's just like, it's not hosted in the user's browser. It's going to be hosted like on the brand. So it's really not like anything you're going to lose much. The customers are just going to feel more secure, but that data is still stored somewhere.
Awesome. That makes sense. I have a question actually about, you mentioned, data and Klaviyo. I have a question about that in a second. One person asked though if we'll be emailing information to set up a call after this is over. If you haven't registered for the event at ecommercetownhall.com/live, register there, even though it's like happening right now. We'll send the recordings out after. We'll send slides if we can grab those as well. So everything will be in those emails. Question on the Klaviyo data that came through. So I know Klaviyo has like the benchmarking data. Like, how is your data point compared to other accounts in the Klaviyo system as part of their reporting? How relevant do you see that for the brands that you work with as basically something to benchmark against? Like, is that pretty valid, pretty relevant, or is it better to kind of benchmark against your own data and consistently improve? What do you see with that? Sound like a cool feature at the time.
Klaviyo benchmark specifically, like, is it a good feature? And is
not is it a good feature, but is it is like it sounds to me like they're anonymizing that data across like a whole, or generalizing the data across like a bunch of accounts in their system, right? So I guess I'm curious, like, do you find it helpful to use that as a gauge of success for your clients, regardless of what niche they're in, or do you guys kind of use your own industry specific data for those numbers?
Yeah, great question. I mean, benchmarks is cool. It really depends on the brand because sometimes it'll get tied into the wrong brand. So for people who don't know, Klaviyo's benchmark system, they'll group you with like 100 similar brands in size and growth and industry. But the difference is like, the industries can really vary product to product. So it's not always a great indicator. What we typically do is we look at a brand's their metrics and KPIs compared to what they're doing and improve on their own KPIs instead of comparing it to competitors and other people that we benchmark against. And then we also benchmark against our own data. We have our own best practices that we use. It's really tough to say when you're comparing anonymized data. It's like, oh, you're in the bottom 1% for this sequence, but like, you don't know if just because you're in beauty, it doesn't mean your product is as repeatable as something else. Like some makeup can last years, whereas, some skincare only lasts 30 days. So it's not totally perfect. It's cool to know and to know like what percentile you're in or something. Like if something's flagged as terrible, you should probably do something about it. But most brands have such low hanging fruit that like, you don't even need to dive into that. I'd look at more at the business holistically and like, where's the gap? Like, oh, we want more MRR through recharge, or we want more repeats and we don't have that. And then just looking at what you already have, like so many brands are, even established brands that we work with, they come to us and they barely have anything set up. Correctly or done well, that's pretty much where you need to start. You don't need to look too deep in those analytics. Like if you think you could be getting more revenue out of your email program, you can be, because you can test and optimize it infinitely, basically. Got it.
Totally makes sense. Last question, then we got the next speaker. This one's a kind of a quick one. What are the flows, or like high level, what are the parts of the email strategy that you're customizing on a monthly basis? You mentioned like with July, you had, the welcome series has July 4th specific type of stuff. As like a rapid fire answer, can you just kind of share a bit of like what parts of your email strategy are updating monthly? Because that sounds like a ton of work. Super effective though.
It is a ton of work. I'm not gonna lie. For a 35 million a year program, it's worth it, and they can afford to invest in that. But we're looking at the conversion focused flows. So the welcome series, the browse abandonment, the abandoned carts, those types of sequences, updating those. And so if somebody abandons a cart during the July 4th sale, they are getting that July 4th messaging, and the sale ends Friday. It really ends Friday. It's not just like faux scarcity. It's like real scarcity, real urgency.
Got it. That makes sense. Awesome, Dylan. I know we're at time, but I appreciate it, man. And for everyone listening, again, we'll have recordings. So ecommercetownhall.com/live to get those recordings, and then feel free to reach out to Dylan as well at wavebreak.co. Thanks so much. I appreciate it, man. We'll go ahead and bring in the next speaker here in just a second.
Yeah, thanks for having me, John. Really appreciate it. And yeah, we're happy to talk to anybody. And this is gonna be a great event. So stay tuned for the other talks.
Awesome. Thanks, Dylan. Have a good one.
Thanks, John.
So I'm seeing some comments come in from people. So I'll kind of address them a bit as we go. But Hayden on YouTube, I appreciate you taking notes for all the speakers. Feel free to send us a message after that to be able to maybe share those on our blog or be able to share those in other places. But for now, I want to introduce our next speaker, Greg Zakowicz. So Greg is with OmniSend. So we're going to keep going on the email side of things for now. So Greg's with OmniSend, and their whole focus is to try to make it really easy to do email effectively, right? So like having flows that are already architected, already ready to go, making it really easy to segment things and split test and do all these different things. I was able to actually chat with Greg the other day for our podcast that'll come out soon. So I'm a little bit ahead of the game on what he's going to present, but super, super excited to dig in, because what where Dylan presented kind of like strategies and tactics that they've used with clients, things to be aware of in your email program. Greg is actually going to dig into insights from data from a ridiculous amount of emails that OmniSend has, so billions of emails with a B. I think it was 30 million SMSs. They do this quarterly report or periodic report of the data they see and the trends that they're seeing in that data. And Greg's basically going to walk us through a lot of insights from that and different ways that you can essentially audit your own email program and leverage some of the data that he has to understand, like, okay, what could we do to improve this? So it's going to be a more, data focused side of things of how to improve the gaps that you may have in your email channels. You evaluate things. So Greg, the floor is yours. I'm super excited to dig into this one, and I'll let you take it from here. If everybody has questions, drop them in the comments, and I'll kind of flag those for the Q&A round. But over to you, Greg.
Thanks, John. I appreciate the intro here. So I think you summed everything up. I'm done for the day. So let's jump right to the questions. So you mentioned kind of making things simple for the marketer. And I think, I've been doing email marketing for 15, 16 years now, been in the game for a long time. And the one thing working with IR 500 brands to the small mom and pops, a lot of times they have the same number of resources. Dylan just spoke about it a minute ago where, hey, you know what? They don't have a lot of people on the email team. So we have this mantra here at OmniSend for how do we increase sales without the workload. So what I want to do today is walk you through some of those low-hanging fruits where you can optimize and start to implement and increase sales on the workflow front and the email marketing front and the SMS front, but also how we use data to find the gaps and kind of the punch list for you to start here. So very briefly, John, you gave a nice intro for us before about who OmniSend is. So 7 seconds for you. We're an email and SMS marketing automation platform. We're built specifically for e-commerce merchants. So if you're a brand and you sell something online, we're probably a good fit for you. So feel free to check us out. Now, you mentioned also the report, and a lot of the data we'll look at today is from that report. So we've got a first half 2021 coming out in a few weeks here, but we looked at over 10 billion marketing emails sent, 31 million SMS and web push messages. And ultimately what we do is we look at that and try to figure out what trends are we seeing and what opportunities do those trends present for your own email marketing platform. So what I want to walk into today is what are these trends with the opt-in channels? And opt-in is really important. Dylan was talking about iOS 14.5 changes, iOS 15 changes, what it's going to mean for us moving forward. And that those trends will identify the gaps for us. And then we want to look at and say, okay, which channels can we use to drive consumer behavior, to make messaging more relevant, to increase our sales. And ultimately, we want to maximize the value of the channels, knowing that you probably have very few or limited resources in-house to do that. So the first place we're going to start is, okay, what are these trends? What are we actually seeing here? So this is from 2020 all the way through. And really, I'm not going to break down everything in this chart, but a lot of what you see is up and to the right, which is usually a good sign if you're looking at marketing, right? If you're looking at any sort of sales. So the biggest trend we're going to see, and this is going to the mantra of increasing sales without the workload, is how do we do that from an automated message fashion? And we see the automation, which is your very top line there. The conversion rates as we progress through the year last year just continued to skyrocket. Now, of course, some of that is COVID dependent. I don't expect this to really drop in 2021, though. We'll find out in a couple of weeks, but this is staying true. And it's always been true. Automation has always driven more than promotionally scheduled messages. If we look at the number of email orders last year through OmniSend's platform, 29% of all email orders were generated on automated messages. The volume of sends that accounts for is less than 2%. It's 1.8 to be percent. So if you think about it, 29% of all email orders on less than 2% of sends, and all it's doing is generating sales in the background. So we talk about increasing sales without the workload. That's the epitome of it. Now, if we look at the bottom two lines, and what you're looking at there is campaigns, and that is your scheduled promotional messages, something you might schedule on a Tuesday afternoon, and then SMS messages, which Dylan spoke about a couple minutes ago. If you're not doing it, you should be. Absolutely. If you're not doing it by this time next year, you're going to be playing catch up. Now, those look they didn't move that much. They're both up 100% year over year on the conversion rate standpoint. So what we want to do is we want to say here, okay, automation, low-hanging fruit. This is where we're going to get the bread and butter for the increasing sales here with fewer resources. In SMS, we want to tie this in. We want to maximize the SMS channel, but also maximize the email channel with SMS doing some of the heavy lifting. So I'm going to walk through a little bit of that today. Now, I might say, okay, Greg, that's great, right? We've got automation. We know that's going to increase sales. Now, where do we start? Well, here's the punch list, right? So we start to look at just conversion rates on here. And we see campaigns, which are scheduled messages. It's a pretty healthy conversion rate through the year, 6.5%. But now we start looking at welcome messages, cart abandonment. Now, the inkling might be, okay, let's just go right down the list and start knocking them out. Now, that's not a bad strategy, but the one thing we want to look at here is customer journey and the behavior. We always want one thing to feed the next. So we're going to look beyond conversion rates, but use that kind of as a gold standard. And when we shift over and start looking at open rates, and kind of ignore this a little bit because those will be going away, but it's a good, healthy benchmark to look at. And then click rates. Ultimately, we want to send and automate messages that go out to drive an action, to drive a sale, which will then feed the next action. So if you think about a welcome message, which then feeds a browse or product abandonment message, which should then feed a cart abandonment message, which should ultimately feed a post-purchase message, and ultimately come back and make this big circle here. That's what we want to do. So we want to take high click, high conversion messages. Ultimately, that equals high purpose, high intent from the customer, and say, okay, we take those, we start going through. So for instance, we look at that birthday message up top and say, hey, great open rates, great click rates. Why don't I start there? Well, it's not high intent enough. It's a great engagement message, not high intent enough. It's going to move the needle, not as much as those other things there. So if we start looking at these, start going through a checklist of your own email program. Hey, do we have a browse abandonment message? If not, add it to the list. Do we have a post-purchase message or welcome message? If we do, how many? Is it optimized? Can we further optimize those things? And we start making our punch list from there. So that's how we look at the data to find the gaps here. And if you start using these three charts here, you're going to identify a lot of work you're going to need to do, but hopefully I'll give you some tips today where you can minimize that work and still increase and optimize your messages for revenue growth. Now, Dylan talked about a few minutes ago, adding SMS. He was a perfect segue for me. So SMS really serves as, it's an opt-in channel, but it's also going to feed into email. And let me explain this a little bit. So what I mean by this is that we can use SMS in the same automated workflows as email messages. Now, also with the iOS 15 rolling out, killing open rates, one of the tactics and strategies that e-commerce brands will use is remailing. And that's where you're automating messages sent 2 days later or 3 days later to non-openers of that first message. Well, that's out the window. So how do we augment that? SMS makes a perfect example of ways to do that. Now, we saw massive growth last year. We were seeing it in 2019 as well, but last year, nearly 400% more messages were sent versus the year before. But if you look at the conversion rates, almost every quarter it's gone up. So as the sends increase, the conversion rate increases. Now, what I like to do with things like this is look at, okay, where does the rubber hit the road? Holiday season, we're coming up on it, right? So our brand's using it during the holiday season, our consumers buying in the holiday season, because that's usually the pretty good litmus test. And the fact is, it was. Last year, Black Friday was the highest send day for SMS messages, which makes a lot of sense because they're trying to cut through the clutter of an overly crowded inbox. 19% of all SMS orders in November came on Black Friday. Cyber 10 accounted for 72% of them. And on Black Friday, it was almost 3% of all sends across all channels were on SMS. So yes, people are using it. This is where you need to start tapping into it. So here's the thing with SMS as well, which I used to get when I was consulting. I would get this blowback and say, hey, you know what? It's for younger people, right? It's the young man's game. So I'd like to lay the generational cohort thing to rest here. So if we think about the younger generation, the Gen Zs, right? They're 23 this year. They're already post-college. So if you think about from the young kids, I say young, they're all young to me, but young kids up to 23 years old, they've grown up with text. This is a natural channel for them. Now your millennials, which were always the young people, they're in their early 40s this year, which again, you're throwing it in there. Now you have half the US audience really has used SMS as a communication channel for their lives here. They're getting into it. And then Gen Z, I fall into Gen Z, I've done this before. I'm a Gen Xer, so a little older than millennials. I'm right on that cusp there a little bit. I'm texting every day. I probably got 50 texts already today. And then we can laugh at baby boomers on technology, but they're all texting too. Everyone texts. They text every single day. So I think when you lay the generational cohort component out and you say it's not just for young people, it's for all people. This is a natural way of communication. Now, here's the other beauty with SMS. Start collecting mobile numbers now, because just because you collect them, you don't have to use them. The cost of SMS has really come down. If you start asking for mobile number the same time you're asking for email addresses and no one signs up for it, that's your indication before you spend any money that your audience or your product just doesn't match for SMS. If you see a lot of signups, it's your indication your audience wants it, and it's an opt-in channel, which is really important. So start using SMS. I'm going to tell you about how to weave that into your email program here in the next couple of slides. Now we want to talk about optimizing. We have these gaps with automated messages that we know we can increase sales off of. So I'm going to talk about optimization, but if you don't have the messages already, this is still relevant to you. So we talk about welcome messages. We saw 52% conversion rate. It's astronomically high. Not sure why it's that high, but again, we go back to customer intent. Why are they signing up for an email program? Well, chances are they're signing up either to get a discount or to see if you have a discount in there. They're going to your website because they are in the mood to buy something. Something in their life is taking them there to shop. We want to feed that. So the best practice is, 10 years ago, we're like, tell them your brand story, tell them how often you're going to send to them. Out the window, out the window, out the window. What we want to do now is we want to send a welcome series that caters to our audience and the products we sell. Think about the customer intent. They want to purchase, whether it's from you or someone else, it's going to happen. So how do we do that? Well, great. We've got a welcome message. Can we further optimize it? We have a welcome series. Can we further optimize it? Do we have one message where we can add others? Things that matter to consumers at this point. Think about return policies, think about social proof, top-rated products, customer testimonials, so that user-generated content. What matters to them at that point? And if you can offer discounts, of course you can offer discounts, but you don't absolutely need to. You can see this fig spin example here. 3 messages, there are no discounts in there. So this accounts for over 3% of our total email revenue, all automated. They do not offer a discount. They're just automating these messages out, and it's just catering to exactly what their customers want. So we don't have to overthink things, and that's a very common practice for email marketers and marketers in general, and I'm guilty of that as well, is overthinking things and thinking, well, this thing needs to be perfect. Progress, not perfection, which is the key here. And this is where we start to slip in, okay, we've got SMS messages. We have people who are signing up the same time we're collecting their email address. They're signing up for SMS. So how do we layer these on top of each other? It's a great example from Black Halo here. They've got a welcome message, has an incentive in there. So just an option with the incentive. And then we can follow up in the same automation as the email, we could have an SMS message in there that goes to only SMS subscribers. You can see the earning per message for the SMS here. It's great, but it's the same automation. So we simply stack upon our optimization techniques in here. Now, here's the beauty of this welcome series. Incentivized, great brand, great products. This series drives 9% of their total email revenue on 0.2% of email sends. It's actually 0.17. I'm rounding up to be nice, but you think about 9% of total email revenue on a high intent message with 0.2% of email sends. I mean, this is the epitome of maximizing sales without maximizing workload. So it's the initial cost of just setting it up, but you can see there's nothing too extreme here about this. They're going to get high opens, high clicks, high conversions. So don't discard that welcome message. Now, ultimately, we want this welcome message to lead to a cart, hopefully making a purchase, but we all know people like me abandon shopping carts to see if they get a discount in there, to see if they can get something here. But abandon cart is so close to cash. So if you don't have one, certainly implement one, even if it's bare bone and basic. Something is better than nothing, and these messages will drive revenue. But think about these two questions here. What matters to the consumer, and who are the consumer, right? These questions, if you ask them, will give you a lot of ways to optimize and drive additional sales off your program as well. So we know from the stats, we're going to get high clicks, high conversions, and high opens here, as a matter of fact, as well. But think about all the things you can do. Of course, we can slip SMS in here. If you expire shopping carts after a certain period of time, SMS is a great way because we know it's going to be read pretty quickly. So it's that last chance reminder, or if something's selling out quick, so it's that additional touch point. People are more on the go now with being home for a year plus, and now they're starting to get out. The weather is getting nicer. So great way to touch people when they're outside, not in front of their inbox as well. But think about those small, subtle tactics you can do with a cart abandonment. Think about who are they and what are they interested in. So here's a great example. You can see it on the right side there. Say you have a free shipping threshold on your website for $50. All right, so you can do a simple split in your automation that says, okay, if it's under $50, let's communicate that we have $50 free shipping and try to incentivize them, whether at a discount or just with other content or verbiage, to get over that free shipping threshold. Make that kind of the gold standard here. That's what they want, but we increase the average order value. If that cart's $200 and I've been a recipient of this, and you're touting free shipping in that message, it doesn't resonate with me because it's not why I abandoned the shopping cart. You might want to customize messaging that is more satisfaction guarantees, easy and hassle-free returns, right? Extended return policies, whatever it might be. Those are things that probably matter to me with high cart value. So simple tweaks of the content. You don't need a whole new creative. It's just some fine-tuning there about what's going to work best in that message. And you have two completely different messages that cater to the customer's intent. The other thing is, who are they? Very simple here. Have they purchased before? Yes or no? If they have, how many times? Once, twice, a lot? Because that matters as well. It might dictate whether you send SMS messages over email messages, how many messages you send, whether you incentivize them or not. So you could do, again, simple checks. Have they purchased? If this is a first purchase, we send them one type of messaging. If it's a first purchase and we're trying to get them on the hook for a second where they start to become more profitable for us, we can, again, fine tune the messaging. Maybe we sweeten a deal. Maybe we put a tiered discount in there or something. If they're a loyal customer, do we need to overly incentivize them? No, maybe we just send them one message as a friendly reminder, acknowledge your customer, and maybe shoot them a text as well, because we know they'll be more responsive that way. So all these simple things, I say the small, simple things matter, but in this case, it does sometimes. So again, we think about those gaps. We know it's a high converting message. How do we fill that gap? And then how do we optimize the gap once we fill it? And then the last one I'm going to talk about today, although I could talk about post-purchase all day long, and I'm going to slide ahead of myself here. So just real quick, Toac Chocolate, super good example here. They are a luxury brand. They don't discount. You can see the metrics there, 364, but 44% conversion rate. Inglot Canada, right? They use web push messages, SMS, and email all in the same workflow. They've experimented with them. Great results there as well. So that last one, which I got ahead of myself here, was product or browse abandonment. They're really same thing. Customers on your website, they don't cart a product, but then they leave. We can capture what they're interested in, retarget with automated messages off to them. Very similar. One is obviously based simply on specific products you target. The other is more category driven, but you can see the metrics kind of stack up well with one another. It's increasingly being used, but here's the beauty of it is you are going to send the message to them anyways, whether it's a non-segmented batch and blast message or a highly relevant message to a customer who is on your website and it was obviously shopping here. So you can see this example from Carrots. They do some selective product abandonment here for different products through the different times here. This one, the revenue per email is over 600% better than it is on their general promotional scheduled messages. 14% of their total automated email revenue comes off this message. It's so simple. So I'm going to talk about Carrots here in a second, but when you ask them why they set it up, they said, well, you guys offered it. They're an OmniSend client. You guys offered it. I figured I was having success with the other one, so I figured I would just throw it out there. And then they optimized it over time. But these messages are naturally relevant, and they are super powerful, super good messages for targeting customers. And it just kind of augments the need to send those promotional messages, which a lot of time are not segmented and they're more batch and blast here. So what we want to do is we want to find those gaps based on high intent, high converting messages, high click messages, and that are ultimately going to drive, implement, fill those gaps, and look to optimize. And when we start bringing them all together, I'm going to go back to the Carrots here. So I'm the host of Card Insiders podcast this past season, shameless plug. This past season, I was interviewing different brands on specific email marketing automations they do. So they break down why the content they put in there, what is their strategy for it, do they discount, timing, kind of walk you through the whole 9 yards. So Carrots, they came to OmniSend and like, all right, you got these automations, let me start with a welcome message. And then they did that and they said, let me put a card in there. And then we did product abandonment. And again, why did they do it? Just because it was there. So, and then they started going, well, you offer SMS and we offer SMS credits on certain plans. So it's virtually free for you to test out, to try. And they're like, oh, we're having success with that. And then they started doing workflow splits. So they were just one at a time. It's a one-person marketing team. Sarah, that's it. It's her. And she's able to implement all these things here. 23% of their email revenue is coming on their automated series, 4% of email sends. So you can kind of see that that relational figure of 20+% of email revenue on less than 5% of email sends. And that's where you want to be. It's increasing sales without the workload, but you're doing it in the background. You're doing very strategically. But the beauty is you don't need to do it perfectly. Even up front, even at the end, progress always works there. So this is where we understand every single thing we implement is connected. And if we use some benchmarks, which are a guide, they're not a gold standard, but benchmarks are definitely a guide. We had the question earlier. Use them for what they're worth as a gap identifier. Figure out where in your email program you think you can optimize your messages, optimize revenue, and that's where you're going to drive it forward here. So, opt-in channels are really the important part here. We have iOS 15 rolling out here in a couple months, which are going to kill the open rates. My opinion, I've never loved open rates as a benchmark metric, so I'm kind of glad they're going to be getting rid of it. Takes you back to email 101 or marketing 101, copywriting, content, segmentation, delivering what matters to them. So we start looking at click behavior, things like this. Start collecting those mobile numbers now. Again, everyone texts. It is rising. Consumers are adopting it. Retailers and brands are adopting it. It's important. And then automation is going to follow, is where you're going to find success. So automation is where that money is. We want to follow the money. We want to follow the green. Cash is king here. So let's go get it. And then ultimately think about where customers are considering their purchase, because that's going to be, again, your punch list of where to start. Are they considering a lapsed purchaser? Important messages, but they've already churned. Let's nurture our customers. Let's increase repeat sales. And let's do lapse a little down the road because they've already gone. Let's keep the people we've got there and start simple. One message at a time, iterate, and just follow the journey along. So again, progress over perfection, super huge in the email marketing landscape, because it's probably you and the person next to you, if you're lucky, who are doing emails. Otherwise, it is just you. You don't have time, resources. We recognize that. So progress over perfection, you will be amazed how quickly you can move on things and how much revenue you can drive. So if you have any questions for me, we've got the Q&A right now. Happy to take your questions. You can always email me. Email is on the screen, greg@omnisend.com. And be sure to check out the Card Insiders podcast, especially this past season where different brands will break down those specific automations. So hopefully you've picked up at least one nugget there you can start implementing right after the program ends today. But I'll turn it over back to you, John, for Q&A sessions.
Awesome. Awesome. Super excited to dig in, Greg. The data is so powerful when we look at, everything that you guys have. And I know we covered some of that on the podcast, but the percentage of revenue just blows my mind. Like the Black Halo one, 9%, what I wrote down, 9% of total email revenue from 0.2% of sends, right? So for people listening, I think a key action is to audit the percentage of revenue driven by your different automations and use that to gauge where to optimize. But one question I have kind of related to that, Greg, is basically how to prioritize like which automations to do first. And if it's easier, you can pull up a slide. I know you had one with a list, but can you kind of rattle off which automations in order listeners should be focused on to make sure that they're able to drive as much revenue as possible, at least based on what the data says?
Yeah, I think it depends on a little bit on. Let me go right here. I think this is one you would be looking at. So there's a couple different things I would look at. One is, what do you have currently going on? I think you just touched on that a second ago, John. If you've got a welcome message and you have a cart abandonment, but you don't have product or browse or post purchase, I would say take a look at those messages that you do have going and say, is it obvious they need help right now? Because you've obviously implemented them for a reason. Welcome, super important, converts well. Cart abandonment, close to cash, right? You want to optimize those. But if they're doing pretty well for you, I think you're better off than saying, okay, what are my other high intent messages here? And it's going to be product/browse abandonment, and it's going to be post purchase. We want to nurture those customers right after purchase, keep them around before they lapse. And then I would take a look through once you get those going and then start optimizing those. I think that's going to be your bread and butter for things and moving on those key ones. So, we used to go into this, years ago when you would say, okay, your key messages that you need are welcome messages. Cart abandonment was still relatively new at the time. Some people, you needed a third party to integrate all that stuff, but it was a good message, but it was still infant. You say like, oh, we need a birthday message, right? Because it's the engagement, you used to perform well. Like birthday is at the bottom of my list now. All right, great if you have it. Let's kick it to the curb. Let's focus on these other ones because consumers they're a lot more savvy than they were before. But you've got these other ones that are just going to feed the customer journey and feed the intent. And I think the one thing I mentioned in the presentation, but they're on your website for a reason. Whether they're going to buy now or buy later, they're going to buy something. And it's either going to be from you or it's going to be from someone else. So if we feed that intent, say, okay, sign up, welcome message, we're feeding the intent. They browse abandonment, we're feeding the intent. We're trying to get them back because you're going to retarget them anyways. It's a lot cheaper to retarget them an email. Cart abandonment. Well, we know they're shopping for something. They've identified what they're shopping. Let's feed the intent there. Post purchase. Let's feed the intent because there's a lot of things we want to do there. I think if you break it down to that question, how do we feed intent? You'll answer your own questions pretty well. So that's a really generic answer, but hopefully there's some details in there that people find helpful for them. The other thing real quick, John, is look at your own products, right? If you're selling a $5,000 piece of furniture where, they're probably not buying another $5,000 dresser next month versus say beauty and cosmetics or a pair of sneakers or something, you're probably going to want to change. You want to capture that sale right now. The lapsed purchaser that might be more important. So always factor in your products.
Got it. That makes sense. Last question is on the welcome series. What are the best practices that you guys see to drive more people onto that welcome series and to get those opt-ins coming in? Because I see some stores doing it like seconds after you get to the site. Other stores aren't doing it at all. Like what's kind of a checklist of like, these are the most important things to drive as much volume into the welcome series as possible?
Yeah, I think we might have done research on this before multiple times. We found probably different answers all the time, right? Based on the year and when we're doing it. So I'd say from best practices, I don't know if there is one anymore. It's kind of like, what day of the week do you send? Well, any email is a good email regardless of the day. I think, again, think about how you're getting the user to the site there. Is it a Facebook ad where you've kind of identified them already? Do you need the email address right away? Can you wait 10 seconds? Personally, I'd rather get hit with it in the first few seconds and have the option to close out of it rather than having my flow 2 minutes later interrupted by something because I'm already into it. Now, there is reverse argument to be made to say, Well, if they're on your website 2 minutes later, a minute later, they haven't bounced yet. Like there's something there. They might be more intrigued to sign up there. End of the day, I don't think it's going to matter as much, to be honest with you. Sometimes in marketing, it's just like, yeah, just do it. You'll be fine. I think this is one of those things, it's a consultant's cop out is to tell you to test it. I used to tell clients to test it sometimes, but sometimes it's true. I think you're fine no matter what you do. I don't think there's any golden rule to say, okay, if it shows up immediately versus 5 seconds, I'd probably wait 5 seconds just to have it pop up. But that's just me. But I don't think there's any golden rule anymore.
Got it. Well, that makes sense. We'll have the recordings, like I mentioned, guys, at ecommercetownhall.com/live. But a lot of really good data here, Greg. We really appreciate it. And for anybody that wants to dig deeper, stay tuned on ecommercetownhall.com, the main site. We'll have Greg's interview up in 2 weeks. And he goes into a lot of content on that interview. So check out omnisend.com. The guides are there as well. No opt-in required, which I always thought was interesting because you guys are an email company, but that's awesome to put the data straight out there. And for anybody that wants to dig in, that's the places to go. Greg, thank you so much for being a part of this. We really appreciate it.
No, thanks for having me, John. We're accessible always. Our data is accessible always. So that's what we love about it. So John, thanks you so much. A great program today.
Thank you very much, Greg. Take care.
Cheers.
Next up, guys, we've got Savannah White from Shopping Gives, and we're gonna change topics a little bit. We talked kind of about different aspects of email back to back just now, but what we're gonna dig into with Savannah is basically cause marketing, like how to integrate cause marketing into your business in a way that's not only effective at driving the cause, but also deeply integrated into the business, has the right compliance stuff built in, and all those aspects. Shopping Gives really enables stores to be able to do that effectively. There's a whole bunch of different pieces that you have to be aware of. And so they really enable you to do, the front facing part really well and, remain authentic and market it well and that side of things, while also doing the back end really well to measure your impact and track things and all of that. So super excited for your presentation, Savannah. I really appreciate you being a part of this. And for the listeners, drop some comments for Q&A along the way, because Savannah's got a hard stop at the half hour. So we're not going to do an actual round of Q&A. But if you're lucky, she'll integrate some of it as we go through. But otherwise, I want to give the floor to you here, Savannah. Take us through how to integrate cause marketing effectively.
Yeah, thank you so much, John, for that kind introduction. And yes, I will be keeping an eye out for comments from anybody. So if you have any questions, feel free to send them my way. As John mentioned, my name is Savannah White. I am the head of partner success at Shopping Gives. Today, we're going to go over how you can do good, but also do well as a business by integrating social impact into your business. So I want to first touch on why it's important to be integrating social impact or thinking about cause marketing at all. As you may know, the youngest generation of consumers, the millennials and the Gen Zs, are really buying with their values and voting with their wallets. Consumers nowadays care a lot more about a brand doing more than just turning a profit. They want to see that their values are represented, and they want to see them doing something for the planet or the community around them. In fact, currently, retailers are spending over $20 billion in digital advertising to acquire and retain this generation. We call them Generation Impact, just that combination of the two. They have a massive buying power, and less than 1% of retailers are currently activating on cause marketing, which is a huge miss and opportunity, as that is a space that is growing year over year. There are a couple hindrances that cause people and businesses to not want to move into cause marketing, and we wanted to create an easier way to do so, which is why we built Shopping Gives. So as John said, we are a social impact commerce platform. To keep it as seamless as possible, we make giving back easy so that you can focus on the good that you're doing as opposed to how you're going to go about doing good as a business. We do this by implementing widgets across multiple sites and several different integrations so that you can share with your customer the giving message that you have, the donations that you're making, so that they can feel a part of that change that you are building as a business. There are a couple things I want to cover before I jump into our 3 power strategies for you, kind of the 4 must-haves you need to keep in mind when donating a portion of sales, which is what we refer to when we talk about cause marketing, and any of the donations that we speak about today are a portion of sales. First, you have to register and file the correct agreements. So there are certain states that require bonds, solicitation agreements, commercial co-venture, all of these sorts of things that you have to make sure you have squared away in order to give back to a specific nonprofit. You also, secondly, have to be transparent with your customer and share the amount that's being donated on their behalf. So it's not enough to say that 5% of portion of proceeds or 5% of profits. That's not clear enough to your customer about how much is actually being given back. What you know to be $3 is a profit, they might think is $20. And so you have to make sure you're being transparent about the amount that's actually being donated with them. Third, you need to get permission to use names and logos from nonprofits, just like you as a brand wouldn't want, let's say, an influencer to share and act like they're in partnership with you. Nonprofits have the same sort of protections and needs from their side as well. So if you are working closely with a nonprofit, it's always great to get that permission to use their assets. And finally, as you can imagine, you'll have to keep records of any giving in case of auditing. I answer all of these 4 pieces and more. If you want to learn a little bit more about how Shop and Gives kind of speaks to each one of those, you can check out our 4 things to know in giving back. But with the regulation piece out of the way, we can move into our power strategies. So there are 3 kind of core pieces that we look at as a business and as we recommend to our partners who are getting started. The first is that you always want to remain authentic and think about your impact holistically. Second is that customer engagement counts. Of course, you want to make sure that your cause marketing strategy is resonating with your customers. So we'll speak into that a little bit as well. And as John mentioned, we always take a look back at measurement matters. That's the do well side of this. We want to make sure that as a business, you're making money so that you're able to give back more. That's always our goal, is that we want to enable you to be able to give back more and more, which means you're making more and more to keep that cycle of good going. So to begin with the authenticity piece, we always recommend that brands lead with their values. If you're new or this is something new that your brand is taking on, a cause marketing CSR strategy, there are kind of 4 key pillars that we look at when defining authentic social impact. The first is going to be your team. So did you start as a women-owned business and so you want to give back to different causes that help for women's education or women's rehabilitation, whatever that might be? Or maybe you are a team of animal lovers, and so you want to give back to animal rights causes. Your employees and your team are going to be your first level influencers, your first line of defense. They're going to be the ones that are speaking and sharing your message. So you want to make sure that they feel bought into the giving that you're doing as well. The second is your community, sort of similar. These are the people who have helped you build the brand that you are today, whether they're your stakeholders or if it's the town that you guys started in. If you're a small mom and pop and you're kind of growing in, this is definitely something that's scalable. Or if you're a global brand, but all of your customers are part of the LGBTQ community, maybe that's who you want to support in your nonprofit giving. That's the next piece, is looking at your customer. So what are the goals and values that your customers hold? What do they want to see change? Do they care about the planet? Do they care about animals? Look and try and learn what those customers are saying. You can send out surveys. You can pay attention to what is being said on social media and kind of go from there. We'll speak a little bit about how you can learn more about what your customer cares about. But if you have a foundation for it, that's a great way to look at your giving too. And then finally, you'll want to take a look at your product. We see a lot of different brands who, for example, use a resource and then want to give back to support that resource after the fact or with their sales. So if you're a stationery company, maybe you're planting trees, or maybe you're working with recycling programs, building out your strategy around the products that you're selling so that your customers can see how things are coming full circle. If you are just starting out, you may not hit on all 4 of these pieces. You might only hit on one of them or a couple of them. It's not important that you grab every single one. What matters is that you're authentically holding the values that you do. And when you do decide, that's something that you're keeping true to your business. Once you have these values in line, you'll want to publish your brand story and values as well. So this is a partner of ours, White & Warren. On the team side, they have a very close connection with the American Heart Association. So they have a very well built out impact page that speaks not only about the giving they do on every purchase, but you can see they have a goal of reaching 50,000 in donations as well. They're also customizing their products so that you can see their support for the American Heart Association. So very well built out, very consistent message, and a really great example of how you can keep your giving authentic. On the community side as well, you can see on the left still White & Warren speaking to the American Heart Association. But another example we have is our partners Anatomy, who actually have more of a transitional giving model where they change the cause that they support every month. A great thing that they're doing is every month they do mention who that cause is. So the customers don't necessarily feel like they're switching causes so much, but they understand that that is the giving cadence that they have, and that's how their giving is built out. So again, consistent messaging, making sure that you're being honest with your customer and leading with those values. Speaking on the customer engagement counts side, there's kind of a crawl, walk, run, or an easy, medium, hard that we kind of go through with this. The first thing on engaging your customers with social impact is education. Number one, you want to make sure your customers know about the giving that you're doing so that they can feel a part of that giving as well, especially when you're donating a portion of sales. Next, you're going to want to test marketing channels. So kind of taking that education to the next level. How can you get that giving message out there into the marketing with your customers? And then finally, remarketing and personalization. So once you know what your customers care about, how can you keep that front of mind for them and keep them coming back with it as well? On the education piece, we always want to make sure giving is front and center on any website if you are a mission-minded brand or if you're having a special giving activation. So this is a great example from Mother's Day. Our partners Margot had right on their homepage, right when customers got to the site, that they were giving back and customers could shop and donate. A great way to keep this top of mind as well as time goes on, if you're keeping an evergreen strategy, but you don't necessarily want the homepage banner space to be filled with giving, an eyebrow banner is very helpful as well. Even as a carousel, if you're speaking to free shipping or discounts, having a mention of the giving is going to keep that message really front and center with your customers and build what we call cognitive consonance. So the more they see it, the more they understand that they're able to give and the more they understand about the program as a whole. On other channels as well, making announcements about your giving activations. So here you can see an email from Ursa Major. They included an email on what giving they were doing at the beginning of May. And then they also sent a roundup, which we'll get into later, but they sent a roundup at the end of the month to explain how much good they had actually done, really closing the loop for their customer and keeping them informed of the giving activations. In the middle, you can also see an Instagram post from our partners, Neighborhood Goods. This is what they were doing for COVID-19, making sure spirits were high, but also talking about the giving that they were doing. Other ways to engage your customers are to use different kind of strategies in your website. So with the Shopping Gives technology and the Change Commerce app, which is out of the box on Shopify, we do have a Yotpo integration wherein you can reward your customers for donating. So if you wanted to give the customers an opportunity to opt in to donate, to choose to donate, they could earn loyalty reward points for that. And they could also use those points to redeem further donations. So if you have a lot of customers with a lot of points left in there, giving them an opportunity to actually donate to a cause that matters to them is another really great way to get them engaged. The piece that I was speaking about before about figuring out what your customer cares about with giving, with Shopping Gives, you are able to enable an opt-in model and a search bar that allows your customers to search for any 501c3 that's in good standing within the US. And that data is then provided back to you. So if you have a shopper who's from a small town in Utah and they decide to support their local dog shelter, you then know their exact nonprofit that they support. You can also see at a higher level how many of our customers are supporting animal rights causes or how many are supporting breast cancer causes. And that can help shape and shift your giving strategy to better align with your customer values as time goes on as well. So very handy tool, very valuable data as well. Finally, there's the opportunity to do capsule collections. We have a lot of partners that do this. So if you wanted to say all of our pink shirts give to breast cancer awareness, all of our green shirts plant trees, you can kind of split up your giving and manage it that way so that different causes are supported by different products. Another really creative way we've seen this used are in collaborations with our partners. So some of our partners have artists that they work with, and so they allow the artist to pick a cause that would benefit from any sales of the product that they helped make. So if you have relationships like that with any of your anyone who helps build your products or any collaborations that you're working on, that's a great way to show your support for that stakeholder as well, and also build relationships outside of just your customer relationships. You can also have your customer join you in giving by adding customer donations in. A quick piece that I want to mention here, and something that I think is important to call out, is that we always recommend that as a brand, you give first before you ask your customer to give back additionally. If you are a customer shopping on a site and you're already spending $50 with the brand, let's say, and then you see that they say, oh, you can add on, $10 to your purchase and we'll donate it. It feels a lot more holistic and a lot more, it just fills your heart a little bit more when the brand says, hey, with your $50 purchase, we're already giving back $5. We're already giving back $10. Join us in giving rather than asking your customer to sort of power that giving. So always want to use it in combination. But some examples of what you can do are a roundup. So if your customer does want to round up their purchase to the nearest dollar, it's smaller increments, but it'll allow them to make a little impact, and micro actions do lead to macro impact. You can also enable add-on donations, so a flat dollar amount, 1, 3, 5, and your customers can add that on. A great way to engage with that as well is if you have a free gift or quote unquote free gift. If you want to have a customer add on a product, a donation, and then you can give them that free gift as a part of that. So extra inventory, things like that can be managed with donations as a part of it too. Then you'll want to test cross-channel marketing with your customers. So making sure you're sharing across your messaging, keeping it consistent. Any sort of sponsored posts, make sure you can test also your cause marketing strategy. I know we were talking about testing not that long ago. So if you want to see how does a giving message of an abandoned cart email compare to a standard, hey, this item is waiting for you in cart. Really fun and really valuable to see kind of what is resonating with your customers. We have seen that customers engage more with emails that are speaking to the giving that's happening with their purchase. Also, if you use an influencer strategy, similar to what I was mentioning before with the capsule collections, have your influencers pick a cause that matters to them and then personalize their link to autofill that cause when they are bringing followers onto your site. So Hannah Bronfman, for example, did this with our partners Highline Wellness. They gave 25% of proceeds to a collection of causes that she cared about. Special activations and dedicated campaigns as well. I know it's crazy to think about, but holiday is creeping up. So Giving Tuesday is one of the biggest days of the year, is the biggest day of the year, I would say, for giving. So how can you include Cyber Monday, Giving Tuesday, Black Friday, all as kind of one holistic strategy? Maybe you give a little bit Black Friday, but then Giving Tuesday, it's a really big push. You have some dedicated campaigns and activations for that as well. SMS is a new one, testing that too. So mentioning, I think this was for Giving Tuesday last year, our partners talking about the donations they were sending with every purchase on Giving Tuesday, and they sent it out via text, which was great to see. And we did have a few customers come in who wanted to shop through there. For remarketing and personalization, 83% of millennials say it's important for the companies they buy from to align with their beliefs and values. So how can we get your business to align with these beliefs and values scalable and make it scalable? You can see that a lot of nonprofits have massive interest sizes. These are all from Facebook. So you can target these customers based on their cause affinity and actually support the cause that matters most to them right through these ads. The way that this could work, for example, is if we were targeting Feeding America, we can have the retailer or yourself post about how you give back to that cause, and then through a specific link, allow your customers who come through that ad to have that cause automatically selected on the website. There are ways we can do this out of the box with Shopping Gives and Change Commerce, but of course, you can also kind of build this your own way or enable customers to select a cause that aligns with them at the site level as well when they come through. And to re-engage and realign with your customers after they've purchased, using our search technology, you can see who they cared about, and then you can create an audience pool by that nonprofit category. So that person that supported their small dog shelter in Utah could fall into the animal lovers category. And then if you had a planet category as well, you can send out specific ads that target those customers and just make those ads a little bit more personalized for them. Finally, measurement matters. So making sure we're taking a look at how giving is affecting your bottom line, because we always want to make sure we're taking a look at that. We also want to take a look at the impact that you guys are making, bringing that full circle with your customer. So you can see on the left here, one of our partners has an impact page that talks about the dollars they've donated. We also have a partner, Ursa Major, here on the right, who spoke about, again, the number of trees that they planted. It's really important to do this because if you say to your customer, hey, we're running this really special campaign, this is our goal, this is how much we want to raise, you want to tell them how close you got to that, or if you're still trying to reach that goal, keeping them involved beyond just telling them what's happening. Then measuring impact back to your bottom line, we call it RODS, so return on donation spend, our playful spin on return on ad spend. We have seen lifts in conversion rate up to 19%, lifts in AOV at 23%, and even a lifetime value increase of 18% among multiple times donating customers. So customers who are selecting their cause, choosing their cause, spend more and convert higher. We have ways to track this in Google Tag Manager, and that passes through to analytics, so you can see how customers who are engaging with giving back versus non-engaging perform. And through our app, Change Commerce, you also have a dashboard at your fingertips that'll run through your donations as well as the activation rate. So how many customers are choosing to donate unless you choose to give back across the board. Again, just to go over our 3 power strategies, if there's anything that you guys take from this presentation as you're building social impact into your business, it's that you first want to remain authentic in your impact and look at your giving from a holistic point of view. Second, make sure you're engaging your customers. They want to know about the good that you're doing, and that's how you're going to get that ongoing engagement. And then finally lead to that measurement matters piece where you're going to see that customers who are giving have higher intent and are going to be your most loyal customers. You can see how much you're giving back, but also how giving back is affecting your bottom line. A little bit about Change Commerce and Shop and Gives. So Change Commerce is our Shopify app. We integrate natively and we have several integrations, Shopify, BigCommerce, Magento, anything you want to get added to, we can get you plopped right in. We manage donations fully, taking care of the compliance piece and the disbursement piece so that you don't have to worry about anything but getting those donations collected. And then you have those data and business insights right out of the gate. We already work with some top D2C retailers, but we're always hoping to grow the giving economy. So if you want to visit our website or shoot me an email, feel free to do so. I think we're just wrapping up, but thank you guys so much for having me today. John, I'll pass it back to you.
Awesome. Savannah, I appreciate you digging in. Do you have like 2 minutes for some rapid fire questions?
Yeah. Give me some rapid fire questions.
Awesome. We won't make you late for your meeting. First question, refunds. How do stores deal with refunds in a situation where, a purchase has happened, then a donation has happened, and then a refund happens down the line at some point? Like, I don't know if there's even compliance issues around that, but like, how do you deal with refunds if you've donated on someone's behalf?
Yeah, totally. So we will never bill a retailer, just as shopping is, we never bill a retailer for a returned order. There is a lock period to account for anyone who has returned an item. There's no donation associated. If you want to count those donations as a retailer, you're free to do so. From the compliance perspective, we do have to send a confirmation to the customer of the donation post-purchase. So if I bought a $10 shirt and I donated $2, as a customer, I should receive a notification that I donated $2 as well. But if I return that shirt, the donation is void as well.
Got it. A little more of a strategic question. Can you segment what nonprofit visitors see based on things like geography or other types of interest they've had? Like, can you optimize for the donations, I guess, as part of the platform?
That's a great question. We are actually working on that, making sure that if there is a global business and they're really popular in, let's say, New York, but also LA, having those featured causes be the ones that are local to that area. What I mentioned as well with featured causes is you do have the ability as a retailer to share up to 6 causes. So if you want to include, an East Coast portfolio of causes or a West Coast portfolio of causes, you're free to do so as well. So definitely something that's in the works and possible, soon to be a lot more turnkey for us as well too.
Awesome. And then last question is compliance. What are the penalties, like high level, for not meeting compliance? Like if you don't show the specific dollar amount that you donated, I know like things like the Canned Spam Act for email is like, it's brutal compliance stuff, or penalties. What is it like if somebody like was doing this and they didn't know about all the compliance? Like what can happen?
Yeah, so it's really a case-by-case basis. To be fully honest, it's great to cover your bases, but if you're a smaller brand who's going after a smaller nonprofit, the chances of the nonprofit coming after you or anyone else coming after you are probably pretty low. But as you get to be larger and you have to be more mindful of the amount that you're giving, you want to make sure that you're just covering all of your bases. I think the biggest slap on the wrist as well is going to be that piece of making sure you have records of all your donations. You can't be claiming, to these charitable contributions on your taxes and then not have any evidence that you actually made those. So that's all out of the box with our app. And I do have some helpful resources that I can send your way to pass around as well, but not too confident speaking on the legal side either. So I don't
no worries.
put my foot in my mouth.
Not a lawyer, but helpful information. All right. Thank you so much, Savannah. We really appreciate it. We'll have recordings for everybody so you guys can dig in, but feel free to contact Savannah at Shopping Gives. But thank you so much for your time, Savannah. We'll let you get to your next meeting.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Thank you so much. All right, guys, we've got our next presenter in a couple minutes, but I wanted to share a little bit more context about HelpFlow as well. So we organized this event to really, bring together partners that we feel like can have a really big impact on your business. And so I wanted to share some context around, where that experience with these partners comes from, and basically what we do so that you're kind of aware of that. So at HelpFlow, what we do is we provide 24/7 live chat teams to over 100 e-commerce stores. So what that means is our team actually answers visitors' questions, helps them through the purchase process, and really focuses on making it a good customer experience. And so basically, it's our team driving those chats. And we've done literally millions of chats over the years. We've been in business for 6 years. And driven over $100 million in chat revenue. And so, I dropped those stats in there just so you can understand like the scale of where these insights come from. We've run chat for a lot of different stores in a lot of different scenarios. And, I'm clearly biased because I'm the CEO, but I think we've perfected how to provide a really good experience on chat. And one of the things I thought might be good to touch on, in between sessions is some of the ways that chat can drive sales. A lot of people think of live chat as a customer service tool, right? Like, product questions, where's my order, all those types of things. We do handle a ton of customer service questions, post-sales questions for our clients. But I would say the big part of where we fit in is really to focus on driving conversions and driving sales. And the main way that we do that is we essentially predict if somebody is going to abandon the purchase process, and then we engage with them a couple steps before. So if it looks like somebody's going to eventually end up abandoning the cart process, we can track that in our data and kind of see those patterns, and then engage with them 2 or 3 steps before they will eventually abandon. So I'm not talking about, interrupting them while they try to close the website and leave. I'm talking about a couple steps before we can start to sense that frustration, sense that friction in our system, and invite them to chat and say, hey, I wanted to let you know I'm online. Do you have any questions I can help with? Right. So it's a very low pressure process. And basically the key places where that fits in is really in the checkout process. That's one place where chat can fit in by basically tracking how fast somebody's moving through the checkout process and then engaging with them. And I think I've got a slide here. I just pulled this up from a webinar that we had done recently. So I know you guys are seeing my full screen, but that's okay. There's nothing secret here. But in checkout, they would see something like this as they start to slow down in the checkout process. So let's say they move really quickly through the cart, they get into the checkout process, they move pretty quickly through the contact page, and then they start to slow down at shipping, or they start to slow down at the payment page. We can track that type of information and invite them to chat and help them through, whatever questions they're having at that point. So in the checkout, we can save a lot of abandons. But even a couple steps before, in places like the product and category pages, one of the things that we'll do is we'll track, how many product searches they've done, even though they haven't hit a actual product page. Or how many times have they gone back and forth between different products and not actually put it into their cart. Another thing we can track is inside the page, if they're looking at different specifications about products, but not moving into the cart. Again, we're tracking engagement that's not moving into the next step and offering help. Very, very similar to what you might see happen in a high-end retail store, right? Like if you walk up and down the aisle and you look more and more confused every time, a good employee is going to walk up to you and say, hey, can I help you find something? And then they're going to provide a good experience helping you do whatever you were trying to do, right? So that's essentially what we try to do. We also integrate into email flows. Maybe I'll touch on that in another section. I want to get into the next speaker here in a second, but we also make sure the cart abandonment emails just perform, way more effectively by basically being able to turn those emails into conversations. So a lot can be done there as well. Let me see if I can get off my screen here. Angel, I know you, oh, never mind. There we go. I couldn't get my mouse over to the control section. But yeah, helpflow.com if you're interested in how to basically drive more conversions. We do offer a free strategy call process and an abandons audit where we will basically look through all the data around in your Google Analytics of why people are abandoning, how many people are abandoning, and really the best way for you to be able to save those abandons using live chat. You'll get a ton of value by going through the process. We're happy to do the process, even if you don't end up working with us, because we've kind of designed it to be really consultative so you can get a lot of value and insights out of that process since we've worked with so many stores. So feel free to visit helpflow.com for more information on that. And you can see how to book that. But for now, I want to transition into this next speaker. So we've got Don Vangeloff from Phoenix Commerce. There's Don. Good to see you. And Don is really a veteran when it comes to delivery time and the whole customer experience around delivery time and all of those different types of things. What Phoenix enables stores to do is basically calculate and display like accurate shipping times. For example, if you order within the next 2 hours to get it by Wednesday, right? Or to get it tomorrow, or to get it in 2 days, or those types of things. They enable you to provide that level of experience on the front end while also being able to deliver that, I guess a pun on words there, to provide that on the back end, right? Like they enable you to basically handle all the logistics and the complexity to be able to know like exactly when the product's going to arrive, right? They also do real-time alerts and notifications, and I'm sure a whole bunch of other stuff that Dawn's going to go into. But what Dawn's going to talk through today is that whole concept of really just being able to make these delivery promises and do that from a customer perspective, and how that influences conversion, how that influences the metrics, and how you can implement this on your store as well. So Dawn, I'm going to go ahead and hand it off to you. The floor is yours. And for anybody that has questions, drop them in the comments. I'll be keeping track as we go through, and we'll have a Q&A at the end. But Dawn, over to you. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it.
Hey, thank you, John. And hey, I appreciate the deliver pun. And in that spirit, I think you guys have been delivering a great town hall so far. So well done.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and happy to be here with everyone and listening to the prior speakers. It's a great opportunity. So thank you. So yes, my name is Don Vangeloff, and I'm with Phoenix Commerce, and want to talk with you here for a few minutes about how delivery and shipping and the delivery experience really impacts the customer experience, which is what, if you're ready to take your store to the next level, you're already focusing on, no doubt, is how can I improve my overall customer experience and grow my brand? And delivery is a key part of that. And, I sympathize with many of you, if not all of you. I mean, shipping's difficult, and a lot of times it can seem like it's beyond your control. Hey, it left my warehouse, the carrier's got it now. There's nothing else I can do except pray. Well, we'll talk here for a few minutes. There are some things you can do. There's obviously some technology you can take advantage of, but there's things you can do to really take better control, be more strategic around how shipping and delivery can help that customer experience. And we'll talk about that here. So I guess maybe the first thing is sometimes people ask me, how important really is delivery? Well, it's very important. Forrester did this survey last summer, 2,500 shoppers, US and UK. And they rated, knowing when the estimated time of arrival of their order is the most important thing they're looking for in a retailer's website. Higher than being able to search for products or attributes, higher than customer ratings, reviews, even higher than payment flexibility. So this is how important it really is to people, and you can understand why. Certainly, Amazon and the other big retailers have trained us all. But there's just also this greater expectation of things. We live in a very fast sort of instant gratification society, right or wrong, and so delivery is a part of that. So you need to be thinking about that. And what do I mean by thinking about that? It feeds into that expectation that every shopper has right now. And if you can give them a clear expectation of when they're going to receive their order and all the relevant information around that, it will drive conversions, and we'll get into that. So what do I mean? What this can help you do is reduce the friction. John talked about friction and what his company and the service they provide tries to remove that out of the buying process. We have a similar, if not the same, approach. When you can provide actual delivery dates in real time before that shopper even adds that item, your item, to the cart, you're reducing friction. You're addressing the anxiety about when am I going to get this. And again, we'll talk a little bit more about these different stages of the buyer's journey, but about bringing it prior to coming into the cart. So also this drives conversions when you can offer more shipping options. So, and what do I mean by that? Some retailers really still on their websites, you see they only provide one option, maybe two. I've seen some other clients that have, because they use 3 different carriers, they have a different option in their checkout for each carrier. That's way too many. But when you can provide multiple cost-effective options, you're going to really help those customers address that concern that they've got about, when am I going to get it? How am I going to get it? I want choice. And optimizing in your back end. I'm talking a lot here about the front end, what your shoppers see, but how are you able to deliver on all this, pardon the pun? With Phoenix in particular, you're able to take your shipping operations, your carrier management, a variety of factors in your warehouse, optimize that. So not only are you reducing the costs, but you're giving those different options, and you're giving that delivery date information, up front. And that's all to help you avoid that statistic you see there on the bottom, because a bad delivery experience, people are not going to come back to you. They've got too many other options out there, not the least of which, hop on out to Amazon, right? So, just want to give you an actual example. Maybe this is your checkout. This is actually a client of ours, but this could be your checkout, could it not? You see right there, ground, the proverbial date range, 3 to 5 business days. And you see a few other options there that are carrier services with the definitional, date put in there. But I look at this and I say, what's a business day anymore? I mean, FedEx, home delivery, UPS ground, they deliver on the weekends now, even on Sundays. So if it's a Thursday and I'm seeing, 3 to 5 business days, am I getting that Sunday? Am I getting that Tuesday? 2 business days, am I getting that over the weekend? Am I getting that not to the following Tuesday? You're forcing, with this kind of a experience, you're forcing your shopper to start trying to decide what day is it going to actually arrive. That's friction. You don't want that. Instead, here's what your checkout can be on Phoenix. You can see, actual delivery dates for each shipping option. And what I also want to point out to you, and we'll get into this a little bit more in a few minutes as well too, look at the prices, okay? The shipping costs being charged are more expensive for a few dollars more. And this actually came out of an A/B test that this client did just recently coming on board. And they A/B tested not only the delivery options you see here and these delivery dates all the way up on their PDP, but actually these higher prices. This experience won out. They saw an 8% incremental conversion lift by providing this while also charging more for shipping. Why is that? Again, it's the psychology. Shoppers will pay a few dollars more when they know, when they're given that delivery promise of when an item is going to arrive. It works. So let's talk a little bit more about that delivery experience. It starts at pre-purchase. And really, it starts the minute your customer hits that product detail page. They're obviously want to know about your product. If you can provide that, not just a delivery date, but we have the functionality with a pop-up screen to show the multiple delivery dates or other pickup information, buy online, pick up at the store or at curb. If you can provide in a crisp way these different, delivery options, which are all, by the way, highly configurable, what you call it, how you define it. With these dates, you're on the first step of creating what we call the perfect order experience. And take it through too. And we're talking about personalized as well. Phoenix is configured so that every one of your locations, whether you ship from one warehouse, maybe you have 2 warehouses, maybe you use 2 warehouses and drop shipping, all of those are shipped from locations. We personalize that delivery date for that shopper's zip code, what we call the ship to location. We also can personalize based inventory levels. So if you have your main warehouse, but you never want to get below 10% on a given product, you ship it over to the second backup warehouse. That's all configurable. Product parameters. Some products, if you personalize some of your products, you may need an extra day for certain product. Other products don't need that extra day. You can personalize the delivery for that. Carrier contracts, all of that stuff. With Phoenix, you can even display delivery dates for items that are pre-order or on back order. We can configure it such that if your goods have landed, right? They're at the Port of Long Beach, and in 2 days they're going to be in your inventory. Don't keep saying it's out of stock. Put that delivery date. Sure, maybe 2 extra days, but you're able to sell it right then and there, and you're keeping that promise to your customer. It just has maybe 2 extra days because it's still in transit before it arrives at your warehouse. That's the kind of different aspects of the experience that can really not only deal with that anxiety I mentioned, but improve that experience. So continue that. And it's not just at the detail page. Continue it through the cart. Put then that order countdown there of, get it in 2 hours. If you order now, you get it by tomorrow. That builds a certain amount of motivation that you want to convey in the cart, and carrying it through to the checkout, of course, with, again, dynamic options. This right here is kind of a common technique you may want to consider. You say, hey, Don, that's got a date range on there. I thought you said don't use date ranges. Well, I did say that. But sometimes you may want to go with a free shipping option with a date range, which can be enabled, and then save the actual delivery dates for the upgraded shipping options. So you're still providing that free shipping option to your customers, but if you can motivate them, incentivize them to upgrade the shipping, that's one less free shipping that you have to eat. So what's the result of all this? So in A/B tests, we've seen as much as a 14 increase in end-to-end conversion, incremental conversion lift when you're providing these delivery dates, starting at PDP all the way through. And why is that? Because it's, we see a 38% reduction in cart abandonment. We also see a 75% reduction in WSMO queries. And that's very key. I mean, you heard John talk about that a few minutes ago with HelpFlow. A lot of people are just, banging on that customer service line or the chat box. Where is my order? When you're telling them up front when it's going to be, you get a serious reduction in that. And you can deploy your customer service dollars to more productive uses. And I talked about the shipping revenue, 21% increase in shipping revenue. So, which may seem counterintuitive, but when you can incentivize shoppers to, okay, I was thinking free, but gee, gosh, for $7, I know when I can get it. All right, I'll do that. That's the kind of options that you want to present to your shopper, and that's how you take your business to the next level. There are some other things that you can do with a delivery date that I don't have here on the screen, but things like cart abandonment emails. We've got a couple of clients that they send out cart abandonment emails, and you heard about that earlier today with OmniSend. Imagine how much more effective would that a cart abandonment email be if you can also put in there dynamically when they'll receive that item, the actual estimated delivery date. We've got one client that tested this out, for early July, for 2 weeks. And believe it or not, they got 1,100% lift in placed orders. Now, granted, it was only a 2-week test, but just a tremendous, they were crushing it on the number of placed orders coming out of that cart abandonment email when compared to those that did not have that delivery date. So it's powerful. And again, I talked about the WSMO queries. If you can provide a Phoenix-driven delivery date that comes through your carrier networks automatically into a response to a chat, imagine how that could streamline your efforts and address that buyer's anxiety. Okay. So I've been talking about all of these things on the front end and how it customer facing, facing your shoppers and how to improve that experience. Just a few moments here about your back end, because in effect, what you are doing by having a platform like Phoenix, you are taking all of the different aspects of your shipping, your fulfillment, your warehouses, and how you route orders and manage inventory, all of that stuff in the back office, behind the scenes, and you're using that to produce that experience up front. And so, you need to be thinking about how you can optimize this. And here's what I mean by optimizing. Let's just talk shipping for a moment. If you have only one shipping carrier, I'm going to recommend to you right now, get two carriers for a variety of reasons. Just how you can kind of manage the flow, you can manage the surcharges. You've got different options. Using a regional carrier can make a lot of sense. That's maybe a topic for another day. But my point is, if you're using multiple carriers, Phoenix live rate shops, and we'll pick the cheapest, or however you want to configure, whatever is your key variable. Usually it's the cheapest service that can deliver to that expected date from that specific ship to location. And where this really comes into play is, I don't know, this is maybe a little known, maybe it's well known fact, but for most destinations, if from wherever your warehouse is in zone 1, 2, or 3, which is generally contiguous states, maybe a little bit more, ground service is fairly quick now. It's very pervasive, and it can probably get there in 2 days. So if you have a ground service and you've got a guaranteed 2-day service, the guaranteed 2-day air is going to be more expensive. But if that given order is going to arrive in 2 days by ground, because Phoenix is calculated as such based on all of our history and integrations and everything we got, why not send it ground? And you can save several dollars on that order and do that over scale. That's what we're talking about, optimizing shipping cost and shipping decision making. And it's the same thing about routing orders. It's the same thing about optimizing fulfillment locations. Now let's talk a little bit about post-purchase, because that's also very key. I said delivery starts, that customer experience starts, but you know very well that after they buy, you still want to engage them one way or another, right? There's lots of tracking solutions out there. Shopify, BigCommerce, Demandware, they all have their default tracking. The carriers all have their tracking. It's pretty antiseptic in all candor. Why not take advantage of the opportunity to provide tracking of orders to your shoppers, but do it in your branded environment? We provide a branded tracking page, and it is integrated not only with all the carriers' delivery tracking, but also with our estimated delivery date. So you can see right here, this is one of our clients. We show them the actual promised delivery date that they saw at their checkout when they bought the item, and your current status. So this one's coming early. That's great. So the point is that in this experience, you're not only telling them what the current status is, but you're telling them or reminding them what you told them before. And that's about being fully transparent. And that's what you want. You want to be transparent to your customers. That's being authentic. That builds your customer experience with a simple thing like tracking where their order is. And everything else that goes along with this. You can put in the promotional videos. These are hyperlinked. It can drive traffic back to your website. It turns a post-purchase tracking activity into an opportunity for repeat purchases and driving incremental revenue. Another aspect about the post-purchase experience, be proactive. And this is what I meant about at the beginning here. This may seem like shipping is a little bit out of your control. Well, it really isn't. Yes, orders are going to be late. That's just a fact of our lives in e-commerce. But with Phoenix, you can have proactive delivery delay alerts. We can configure and set it up so that if something is going to be a day late or however many days or whatever late termination you want, that an automated email goes to your shopper letting them know, hey, we apologize, it's going to be a day late. Here's the new estimated, or here's the new actual arrival date of your item. Oh no, by the way, we're really sorry about that. And here's a coupon, or here's a link to get 10% off of your next purchase. That's the type of messaging and information that you can convey. And that's the kind of experience that you're trying to build here, and how you can take some level of control back over how your shipping and delivery goes. We provide you with the analytics and the insight capabilities necessary to compare how carriers are doing, how shipping services are doing. how many earlies, how many lates, how many on times. So there's a variety of information here that you can look at, that you can both maybe make improvements in your fulfillment and delivery operation over time, particularly as you want to take your company, your brand to the next level, but also how you can, in real time, automatically, proactively get in front of that delivery experience to your shoppers. So how does Phoenix do it? Well, gosh, I could spend a half hour talking about this, and you probably wouldn't want me to, but in a few minutes, it really is all about the data. And the majority of this data exists in your store right now. You may know it intuitively, but you may not know where and how you get it. First of all, I should have backed up here a little bit. Phoenix has pre-built integrations into all of the commerce stores, Shopify, BigCommerce, Demandware, you name it, as well as custom. We can handle headless as well too. We're open API based. So with our pre-built integrations into all those commerce platforms, as well as our pre-built integrations into the carriers, we're able to do all this in real time. And what I mean by all this is these 5 main data feeds is what's driving our delivery date calculation and display capability. We load up your product data ahead of time, and because it's if you load it into Shopify or BigCommerce, we have a real-time integration. So any changes to your products are automatically changed within Phoenix as well too. And that can matter. If you personalize some of your products, they need an extra day of lead time. We can add lead time on a given product versus other products that are going out right away. Inventory. Again, I've talked a lot about inventory. That's very key. We give real-time updates of your inventory as it changes throughout the day. Operations. Your operational data, that's your warehouse, that's your drop ships, whatever service level agreements you have with your vendors. They'll, you get them the orders by a certain time, they'll ship it by a certain time. All of that can be configured. Any and all of the locations that you ship from, whether you ship from a single warehouse, whether you got a 3PL with 2 locations, whether you got, 1 warehouse and 5 dropship vendors or 100 dropship vendors, whether you have 3, 4, 100 stores and you ship from store. All of those are different locations. Each one can be set up in Phoenix. Each one has its own operational data that we can configure and that you can change on the fly in real time through our portal interface. I mentioned about the carriers. It's not only the real-time carrier data, it's all the carrier's data history. Every shipment they've done between your warehouse zip code and the ship to zip code of a given shopper. We have all that history. That's what gets cranked into our machine learning engine. And then shopper data. We do not take any consumer personalized data at all. What we do collect is we read the IP address of their device, so we know what zip code they're in. And if they want to change zip codes because they're going to have it maybe delivered somewhere else, we have that capability on your website too. But if you have particular designations, loyalty or favorite customer program, if you want to give us information about your shoppers, great, because maybe you've got shipping promotions tied to that. And we can configure those shipping promotions in Phoenix and provide it for just those types of shoppers. So all of those different categories amounts to about 30 different variables and what goes into how we calculate these delivery dates. All in real time. So what are some of the benefits? I mentioned these a little bit earlier, and I want to bring it up again because this is what we're talking about. This is your whole order life cycle, from the product page, even from search results or category pages, actually, all the way through post fulfillment, and even in returns. I mentioned earlier about putting delivery dates and cart abandonment emails. Imagine in your returns or exchanges when you want to let that shopper know, hey, we know you're returning the item. Here's your replacement item is going to arrive on this date. You have that ability with Phoenix. We support that use case, as well as managing on your end and the back end, knowing when that return is going to come into your inventory and be available for sale again. We're able to track all of that. So it's the whole order life cycle here, and you can see, the increase in conversion, the reduced cart abandons, increase in shipping revenue, the WISMO that I talked about, queries, and some of our representative customers. And we love it when our customers talk about us as well. I know you've been very patient in listening to me, but we'd love for you to hear from them. And we've got a lot of happy clients out there that are really seeing the conversion and the other benefits I'm talking about. So as I wrap up here, I want to leave you with some thoughts and hopefully some actionable ideas. As you're taking your store to the next level, a few things to keep in mind. Remember the delivery experience, which directly impacts your customer experience. The delivery experience starts pre-purchase and it continues all the way through. And you don't have to settle for just date ranges or the transit times. Those transit times, they don't even take into consideration your pick, pack, or your warehouse. And when you think about delivery, you have to, and shipping, you have to take that into consideration as well too. So as you explore how you want to do this, be thinking about how you can bring this delivery date estimates forward to your product detail page, because that's where you can hit the psychology of your buyer. That's where you can start reducing the friction or removing the friction and get them to add your item to cart. Automation. I talked about how with all this data that you have available to you, or that we bring to you through our carrier integrations or other integrations, you can simplify so much of your back end. Again, I said in the beginning, shipping's tough. It's got some complexity, but with automation, you can simplify that and optimize those things in the background. And then really, shipping is no longer a cost center. Sure, you got to pay for it, and even you offer free shipping. But when you use it as a strategic lever, it can really grow your entire business, not the least of which also grow you some incremental revenue to combat some of that cost. So whether it's shipping with delivery dates, or as sophisticated as providing specific shipping promotions to certain customers or to certain products based on margin, you've got a lot of options here available. You don't have to tackle it all at once. You can get started with delivery dates on your PDP, cart, and checkout. And then you can add a tracking page. You can add those proactive alerts. You can add delivery dates to your abandonment emails. You can build on this. But I guess the last thought I would leave you, and John, I'll turn it back over to you, is that you've got these options. You don't have to settle for what you have right now. You can improve your shipping, improve your delivery, and you'll improve your customer experience. Thank you.
Awesome, Don. This has been really cool to dig into. I just think this is something that a lot of stores don't consider. The sophistication of different aspects of their store, right? Like optimizing for the delivery experience, seeing how that tracks all the way through the funnel. Like there's so much power to that. I was wondering, and I'm not sure exactly how to frame this question without it being like, how much does Phoenix cost versus how much it makes for people? But can you share some numbers around like the typical costs, or how you guys price this compared to the benefits in additional shipping revenue or saving on shipping costs? Because I know from our previous discussions, like I think we think very similarly to make things like an absolute no-brainer. Like with our clients on chat, like a lot of what we do in that strategy process is say, look, based on your data, we see $22,000 of additional revenue per month we should be able to drive with chat that we can guarantee. And we need to drive 11,000 for it to be profitable. So like it's a no-brainer. The math just works. I want to understand from your perspective with Phoenix, like what are some of the numbers that you typically see for a store of X size or X number of orders or whatever the profile is that would make it easier to answer the question. What do you see as like the typical savings or financial impact on the business compared to like the actual cost? Like how do you guys reconcile that?
Sure. Thanks, John. So a couple of things in there. First of all, we're a subscription-based revenue model. So and it roughly correlates to the number of orders. So we've got different levels. So we'll charge approximately $300 a month for up to 1,000 orders. We've got other low-cost options for smaller shops, but basically it starts at there and it goes up there. Next, the next scale is at 5,000 orders, and the next scale is at 10,000 orders. So our subscription rate will vary and roughly correlate to the order volume. Number one. Number two, we almost always, when we price out our service, we want our customers to go between 10 to 20x what they pay us is what they're going to get in incremental conversion lift. So if you're at 5,000 orders a month, you're at 10,000 orders a month, and you get, again, I talk about 14% A/B tested. Our average is 10%. If you get another 10% more orders off a 10,000 order a month average, that's another 1,000 orders. If your average order value is $80, that's $80,000 in incremental revenue. For a 10,000 order type client, you're probably in the range of maybe between 2,500 to maybe 3,500 a month, depending on maybe some of the additional features that you have on there. So right there, that's a 20% return of incremental revenue you can expect based on what you're paying Phoenix each month. And the last thing I'll kind of add to that, because it's a great question, and frankly, not everybody believes those numbers. Well, we totally understand. We encourage A/B testing because there's when we want believers, and when you A/B test and you see the difference, and I talk about 7% is the average. Even if you get 8%, like that one I showed you, even if you get 6% at scale, that's huge.
Yeah, it's just a no-brainer when you run those numbers. It just makes absolute sense. One last question. This is from it doesn't show me what channel it's from, but from one of the channels here. What was the impact that you guys had? What impact did COVID have on you guys with USPS not scanning packages? Was kind of like the key thing this person's talking about. So USPS not scanning packages, you guys are deeply integrated, with their system. Did that do something funky to the actual delivery dates in your system, or how do you guys accommodate for the carriers sometimes, not providing the data that you guys might need to update things? Like, how do you guys manage, that level of things, specifically during COVID, with just the craziness that happened, at least with USPS?
Right.
How do you guys kind of make sure that doesn't bleed into the customer experience on the site of order in the next 2 hours and it'll be there, in 2 months or something?
Sure.
How do you guys deal with that?
Well, it's a good question, and there's a couple of things in there. And one is, again, remember, we have historical information. So, specifically, if a given carrier is not scanning the package when they're picking up from your warehouse, granted, other things that may or may not be happening out there in terms of no trucks on the road, which wasn't the case. But we have historical data, so we know historically what it takes to go from your warehouse zip code to your buyer zip code. So we're using that as well too. And also, they may not scan it when they pick it up at your warehouse, but at some point they are scanning it, and we're picking up whenever that event occurs. There's probably 15, 20 different events that are happening within there. We capture them all, but we boil them up into the useful things, so we know when it's going to arrive.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it's a little bit of a rabbit hole question, I think, but that makes sense where you've got the historical data and you're able to kind of connect those dots. So that makes sense. It just it scared me a little bit. During those times, we got so many questions related to Wismo questions just went through the roof, and it was like we don't know where it is because they're not scanning. It was a really weird situation, but yeah, I think that that provides the context I was kind of looking for. We're gonna have recordings after this, Don. We're at time, and I got Angel on Slack saying too broad of a question, John. So I get it. I'm always interested in those rabbit hole things, but this has been super powerful for people listening. Don's on our podcast. I think it's coming out this Friday. Jess will let you know, Don, but as of yesterday, it was coming out this week. So anybody wants to dig in further, ecommercetownhall.com for Don's interview on Friday, and then ecommercetownhall.com/live. We'll have the recordings available if you register there. But Don, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you digging in, and I'll talk to you soon.
Great. Thanks, John. Thanks, everyone.
Awesome. So guys, part of scaling is sophistication. I touched on that in kind of the wrap up with Don, and Don talked about a sophisticated way to really use delivery and to basically leverage that to drive more revenue, increase the customer experience, which drives all the other customer metrics. And we're going to continue that process now with Burke. So Burke is with Presync, and he's really going to talk about how to use pricing and how to be sophisticated with monitoring all your competitors' pricing on different platforms, and dynamic pricing, and potentially changing that pricing based on certain things, right? And this is something I think, again, that when you get to a certain level, and let's say you're doing 1 to 2 million a year, if you start to optimize pricing, that you might be able to drive it to, from 1 million to 1.2, 1.3 at times, just by nailing the pricing side. And that's just gross revenue. We're not even talking about profit, which is a whole other animal, right? So scaling and streamline, that's the whole focus of this event. And Burke, I'm super, super excited for you to dig into the pricing side If people have questions along the way, drop them into the comments. Burke should be able to see those, I believe, as things are going, but don't feel pressure to kind of, derail down rabbit holes along the way. I'll do that for us in the Q&A session, Burke. But the floor is yours, man. Take us through pricing and really how to use that to just, really scale up the business.
So first of all,
there we go.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had no audio for a second. Go ahead.
No problem. So I was just thanking you for just having me in this session. So first of all, sorry for this rather like dark-ish background I have, because now it's sort of like 10 p.m. here in Istanbul, Turkey. So I'm now connecting to you in the evening, and my family is sort of sleeping downstairs. So I just needed to move up to the terrace. So I have a bit of light, but fortunately I have my slides available, so people won't really only stare to my face, but we will dig into the material anyways. But I think I will still appear next to the slides. But yeah, anyways, I mean, I'm super happy to be here, and I really have been really enjoying the overall context of this actually whole thing. And I think we are all sort of like-minded folks who are really interested in automation in general in e-commerce. So we are all trying to streamline various aspects of e-commerce. And today, as John basically introduced, I am here to talk about streamlining your overall e-commerce pricing operations with some data-driven automation in a way. And all in all, actually, I think I'm not really going to do that much of a, let's say, pricing pitch. So I'm not really going to try to sell you guys pricing or market you guys pricing, but I would rather stick to being a data-driven, automation-friendly merchant rather than just using pricing, this tool, that tool, that whatsoever. So I will try to encourage people to think in a data-driven manner with an automation mindset. So let me go through my slides in that direction. So the name of the slides, the name of the presentation today is how data-driven pricing can level up your e-commerce game. And a bit about me. So I'm Burç Taner, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Pricing. And I have been in this business for about, I think, 8 or 9 years or so, or maybe 7 and 8 years or so. So when I mean I have been into this business, I'm a really, really hands-on folk. So I literally sort of know every single pricing customer that's using our software almost by name. And we are working with, honestly, hundreds of merchants from all around the world. But all in all, I really try to spend time with them, try to understand their needs. I really try to also understand how they were operating before pricing in terms of like pricing operations, and how they actually switched that game into a more automation actually reliant way. And we essentially try to help, just as John mentioned, we try to help them to actually both improve their top line and bottom line, and we try to help them to price their products in a profitable but yet still also a competitive way. Just prior to pricing, I mean, this might be also relevant for entrepreneurship-loving folks. I was involved in another software as a service startup before pricing. So after a bit of failure, I sort of discovered the market and so on. And after that failure, I actually, relaunched another software startup called Pricing, like this one. So I'm here actually talking to you about what we are all building. So here is my email address. If you guys would like to hit me an email after this call, after this webinar, or anytime you like. And also this is the web shop website we got. And here is also my fresh linked Twitter handle. I just started to use Twitter, so feel free to also follow me if you would like to learn more of these type of stuff on Twitter in short form. So like I said in the beginning, guys, so I am not here just to talk about competitor price tracking, pricing automation and all, but I am actually more interested about providing a more generic context where I really try to emphasize the usage of data in a digital market like e-commerce, because as we go through these bullet points, I mean, the e-commerce market is totally crowded, but the nice thing about that crowd is actually it's totally transparent. So we are really swimming in the ocean of data in e-commerce. And the bad or actually misfortunate thing is that unless companies really deal with that data, unless they really get some capability around that data, the bad news is that their shoppers are already doing that because they also have tremendous access to that data. So for example, in the context of pricing, shoppers are really capable of comparing prices across multiple storefronts, like by using tools like, Google Shopping, for example. So unless you really rely on data, you will miss out the fact that your customers, your merchants, or your shoppers are already doing that. So, and also the thing is that there is really a thin competition. I mean, it's sort of on thin ice, I would say, on price and margins in e-commerce. So everybody knows this. I mean, maybe you guys know this better than me. So just even a slight improvement. I mean, just before me the other presenter was just talking about 6% uplift, I don't know, 8% uplift. And in the game of e-commerce, I think we are all after those compounding effects in a way. So even an uplift of 1%, 2% can mean a lot if you are just ahead of a certain scale. And also in another context, just like the shoppers are already relying on the data, they're already benchmarking data. I mean, there's a really, really absolute sense of fear of missing out because, this actually technology of relying on data, I mean, market visibility, competitive intelligence is already popular in a way. So it's not really something secret. So, I mean, when you start using that, you won't be really early in the game at all. So you are sort of going to be even late in the game, maybe, but it's not that too late. So your competitors are already starting to, get some intelligence around that. So data drivenness is a must in e-commerce, and in the context of market intelligence, competitive intelligence, it's even a bigger must. That's what I'm really trying to say here. And in this context, again, it definitely requires a plan to execute a clear strategy. You definitely need a game plan here. And in the beginning, we really try to emphasize the importance of understanding what really competition means for you and understand really what your market is, because when you, for example, look out the competitive landscape, you can either go, I don't know, like in full scope. So you can consider every single merchant selling the same stuff like you as your competition, or you can maybe segment your competition. You can try to see the premium ones, I don't know, the real price cutter, the real, I don't know, race to the bottom guys, or you can see, who really discounts at what frequency. So really understanding competition and then acting upon the automatically generated data makes absolute sense. And also in case of product pricing, so with all the data that we collect from the market, obviously, with softwares like pricing, which automatically helps you. Again, I just discovered that, I skipped what pricing really is because I really want to emphasize the importance of, automated data drivenness here. But like in the context, we help e-commerce companies to automatically track their competitors' product prices. And according to that data, we actually let them reprice their products in a more profitable, more competitive way. But here, we are totally not recommending them to, slash their prices 20%, 30% across the whole assortment in a blanket pricing way, in a way. So we also try to encourage merchants to define a certain product segment where they will be a little more aggressive with discounts, but they will also need to always keep a certain assortment in hand where they will be also after more profit margins. So they will actually position those products more like, premium products, but they will also have at the same time, for example, some loss leaders. So as you also analyze your competition, please also analyze your assortment so you can actually decide on which products can be more maybe, reactive to the market. And also don't really react to every single signal you receive from the market. I think this is kind of abusing, in a way, data drivenness. So when you have a lot of data, you cannot really, resist reacting on that, maybe at certain level. But I think picking your battles wisely is actually the nice way to put it. So you should really definitely have some capability of seeing what's going on in the market. But this doesn't really mean that you need to react upon every single one of them. And also, there is never this, written best case, best scenario or whatsoever for pricing strategies. So with all the data in hand, like in the case of A/B testing, please be open for testing. So, when you have the data, when you have the competitor prices, don't always do the very same thing as a reaction. You can actually either consider being 5% cheaper than the cheapest, or maybe in another occasion, you can consider being even 10% cheaper than the cheapest. So never just execute a written game plan throughout the year, throughout even a month, but always keep on testing with prices. So this is actually a really rough pricing, competitive pricing strategy that I just wanted to demonstrate in the format of a plan. And if we go through these steps one by one, and what I mean by understanding the competition is obviously in order to understand, you first of all need a full scope. So you need to have a competitor monitoring capability because obviously, maybe needless to say, but in case of e-commerce, you cannot really execute that strategy well with manual human labor. So you cannot really, hire an army and actually monitor, 10,000s of products across, hundreds of competitors. So you definitely need some automation capability around this competitor monitoring aspect. And after that, like I said, you don't necessarily always need to follow the race to the bottom thing. So you can always position yourself at a certain price level, and actually you can use all the data generated to make sure that you are consistent. I mean, I'm not just here to say that you should always undercut your competition, but even if you claim to be a premium retailer, you can at least always say that we are always, 5% higher than the market average, for example. And if you are really trying to say that, you still need the competitive data. You still need the average data to at least position yourself in a consistent way. And again, the whole idea of this slides, the presentation is not really putting you into a position where you are really the cheapest in the market or whatsoever, but really making sure that you at least have a price positioning strategy and you can execute that consistently. So you can really build that perception according to other aspects of your business. But I'm here to say that you at least need some data to execute that consistently. I'm telling this repeatedly, so I hope that this will stick to your minds. And again, I think price is not necessarily just the only unique selling proposition, but if that's ever the case, I think using the data and making sure that you're again consistently offering the best price is crucial, because I see some cases where, for example, this retailer is claiming to be the cheapest all the time. So they claim to actually benchmark their prices across the competition all the time. But whenever I, for example, detect some cases where this is not the truth, I try to contact the CEO of that merchant and actually take a screenshot from our dashboard, showing him that they are really not the cheapest actually retailer out in the space. So this is actually my way of converting actually target customers with some data in hand. But really, I mean, I think all in all, data really helps people to execute their strategy in a consistent way. And this really generates the trust and loyalty and all that lifetime value that you can expect from a shopper. And also, like I said, I mean, don't ever consider using blanket discount strategies where you always, that's easy to play. So you just set some 20% value into your, e-commerce platform like Shopify, Magento, this and that, and all the product prices are easily recalculated. But again, you definitely need to have a certain product segmentation where some products are totally okay to be more aggressive. So even you can actually position them more like loss leaders to drive traffic to your website. But if you ever use loss leaders, you should also always make sure that you have some bit of your assortment for cross-sell accessories, cross-sell opportunities. So you can expect to at least have the blended profitability throughout those sales. So with that additional traffic you generate from those loss leaders, you can at least keep some products at bay to cross-sell with those, let's say, loss leaders. So in the end of the day, you will make some profit. And again, competitive pricing strategy is also closely linked to assortment planning. So when you, for example, this also happens a lot with our customers who are, for example, monitoring all the competition for their whole assortment for, let's say, 5,000 products. So we sometimes actually enable them to drop some of their assortment. So we actually, for example, sometimes show them that they really know in no way they can actually compete against a certain retailer for a particular brand, because maybe that retailer has a special relationship with that brand. So they are actually supplying the products at a really good cost of goods sold. So we sometimes actually encourage our customers to drop a certain bit of their assortment, because they cannot really compete against a particular retailer. So benchmarking your prices actually doesn't always take you into a pricing decision, but it can actually take you into an assortment strategy. And similarly, without dropping your assortment, you can also have the chance to leverage pricing intelligence when negotiating with suppliers. So this also happens a lot with our merchants when I talk to them. So they, for example, encounter a case where they are really the highest in the market when they compare all the competition against themselves. And this means that, for example, for that particular brand or for that particular SKU, their competitors are supplying that brand, that product at a better cost of goods sold than the merchant, than the customer. So when they talk to that brand, talk to that supplier with data in hand, I mean, negotiating is actually way easier. So I really encourage also our merchants to be more proactive with our data. So again, I mean, we don't only encourage them to change their prices in a smart way. Like I told you here, I mean, we sometimes even enable their assortment planning in a way that they can drop certain bit of the assortment, or they can renegotiate the deals with their suppliers. And also, similarly, you can identify new alternatives to your assortment. So you can see maybe there's this particular brand at the competitor which is not in stock at your web shop, or maybe a certain bit of that brand is available at the majority of the competition but not in your store. Just by benchmarking that bit can also help you to increase your, I don't know, food traffic, website traffic. So picking your battles wisely really mean a lot. And also in terms of price testing, again, with all the data in hand, don't always stick to a certain actually pricing game plan, certain profitability. For example, you can also use competitive data in an experimental way. For example, when it comes to stock availability. So our technology is also capable of monitoring stock availabilities across competition. So for example, you can identify whether your competition is in stock or out of stock for a particular SKU or brand. And if you ever detect, for example, a popular product going out of stock across your competition, this can be actually a profit margin increase opportunity. So this is one of the power use cases of our stock availability monitoring. And this is actually wildly popular across pricing community. And again, I mean, I just wanted to wrap things up with a case study kind of thing, just to draw you a clearer context around what we really provide, how we really help to our customers. So Just Tools is actually an Australian like power tools retailer, and they have been actually in the offline market for more than 40 years, but they actually moved into e-commerce really early on, I mean, about 15 years ago or so. But as you can imagine, this do-it-yourself space, power tools market is really, really wildly crowded, maybe. And, you know, as if it's not enough, there are a lot of competitors are, you know, popping up every day. And as you can expect, due to the changes in, I don't know, supply costs and all the transfer costs and stuff, price changes are really, really frequently happening in the market. For example, before using pricing, Just Tools team were already doing some manual, again, quote unquote, manual price tracking. But with manual price tracking, like I just briefly mentioned earlier, you can only monitor a certain number of products at a really limited number of competitors, and you can only do this maybe on a weekly basis. So as you can see here, they were only able to monitor, for example, 350 data points per week, but now they are able to monitor 14,000 data points per week. So they are literally now swimming in the ocean of data. So they really know what's going on in the market, and according to that, they are now able to change their prices more frequently and actually capture more of that, you know, price conscious, price sensitive consumers in their space. And needless to say, they eliminated this, you know, human actually touch in price tracking. So they started to, you know, do all the price tracking in an automated way. And about the top line and bottom line part that I just mentioned in the very beginning, they increased their already growing sales at a rapid rate. So they actually achieved 5.5% revenue growth. So their organic growth was at about 1%, but we contributed an additional almost 4.5% on top of their already big top line. And actually they managed, by the way, this was just a bit of their assortment. So this was just the beginning of the study. And they paid, for example, like fully transparently, only about $130 per month. And out of that, they made a solid $13,000. So we are actually providing return on investment on steroids. That's what I mean. Just like John mentioned in the beginning, just optimizing your prices in a competitive way with profitability always in mind, you can actually create wonders with your already existing top line and bottom line. And the way to do this is actually twofold. Just like I said, just like I forgot to say in the beginning, I mean, there are technologies like pricing, which are capable of automatically monitoring all the competitor prices in the market for you. And according to that data generated by these technologies like us, you can dynamically change your prices according to pricing rules that you can define on your web dashboard. But there's also an alternative way. Again, I'm not here to say that pricing, you need to buy pricing. I'm not here to make any sales pitch or whatsoever. Even building something internal to capture the competitor pricing data can be a good beginning. But I really want to also warn you guys that this might look actually the more affordable option in the beginning. I mean, building it yourself might look more affordable option in the beginning. But as you really scale with your product assortment, your product count, and the competitors, it really becomes a costly thing. And I think all the guests today would really share this opinion. I think e-commerce merchants should really do their own job of satisfying their customers with their products, and they should actually delegate as much as possible at the technology end. And when it comes to pricing automation, I also encourage people to use technologies like pricing, because it's really efficient, so you don't put any sort of manual labor into that, and it really creates wonder for you at both the top line and bottom line. So all in all, this was what I really wanted to demonstrate today. So again, I mean, I'm here to say that data-driven pricing is the thing. I'm not just here to say that pricing is the thing, but please, as we are all competing in a massive market, we have a lot of competitors, maybe sometimes selling the exact same stuff at various price points. So without really knowing what your competitors are charging, pricing is actually sort of meaningless. So you can really get lost in the consumer demand. So I really encourage people to at least take a look at our software. For example, we have a 14-day free trial. And if anyone has, again, a question, just like I said in the beginning, feel free to email me at any time you like. And again, feel free to follow me on Twitter. So this is all for me from me, John. Any questions, please?
Awesome, Birch. This has been super, super helpful. I want to understand, like, how do you recommend from a strategy perspective that stores think of Amazon as a competitor when it comes to pricing, right? Like, and that might be, people selling the exact same product on Amazon, or it could potentially be, people selling comparable products. But in general, like, how do you recommend merchants think about how to compete with Amazon if that shows up as there's lower price competitors there? How do you generally approach that?
Sure. So this might sound rather controversial, but I would be open about that. So we are in the market just to level the playing field. So we are actually sort of trying to build the Amazon sophisticated pricing technology as a product, and we try to deliver that to e-commerce SMBs out there. So we are actually just next to them. We are helping them, and in that helping, I mean, we also noticed that Amazon is not really that competitive with their prices. Yes, I mean, for a certain assortment, they have really competitive prices, but mostly for products which can be also found outside Amazon, they are not typically the cheapest. So if a merchant, for example, believes in their supplier relationships, and if they can really make sure that they can actually make a good deal with their suppliers, we obviously have the capability of monitoring every single Amazon merchant automatically. So, I mean, we are not just providing competitive data from the buy box, but we can even break down all the data points on merchant level. But all in all, when it comes to competing against Amazon, I also don't encourage people to fall into a rat race where they see, for example, Amazon is $10, $20, I don't know, 10% cheaper than them. In that case, I really try to encourage people to find products where they're actually, they have at least profitability margin. So, I mean, I also warn our merchants don't to take Amazon only as their single competitor, because Amazon will definitely get its market share, but typically they're also competing against the likes of themselves. So in our dashboard, for example, we actually enable all our customers to track an unlimited number of competitors. So we don't charge, for example, for an additional competitor. So in that case, I mean, Amazon is just one bit of the market, but maybe the remaining 50% is still up for the games.
Got it. Super helpful. I want to dig in a little more into the negotiating with suppliers and like that side of things. I feel like there's always like these levels of value in different strategies. Like a lot of people might be thinking of like, oh, I could compare prices to people and then adjust my prices, right? But like that whole supplier side is a whole different game of like having that information and then using that to negotiate. How do you typically see stores do that? And what's kind of like the general framework of how stores can use your data to be able to have better outcomes with suppliers at a high level? I know it's a big question.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can explain that in a really practical sense. So we have this history feature in our dashboard, and as expected, it displays a historical chart of a product price with all the competitor prices fluctuating. So the typical scenario is where the merchant is basically taking a screenshot from that page, and they automatically attach that image to their supplier, saying that, okay, guys, as you can see, we are the highest in the market, but all those guys made a discount on, I don't know, 10th of July altogether. So maybe for 10th of July, you supplied a certain discount to that group of merchants, but you didn't do this to that. And then actually supplier sort of confesses that to be the truth. And then actually they can actually request the same discounts, request the same bargain. So that really happens a lot. And sometimes they also keep me in the CC. So that's how I know about that.
Got it. Okay, so they're basically kind of looking at the whole market, then using that information. That makes sense. What's one or two other mistakes that you see stores make when it comes to just pricing strategy in general? Obviously, having more data is good, but like, what are some things maybe that you've seen backfire for customers where it's like, okay, they have all this data and then they react to the data that they've got, and it doesn't go well for them, or sales don't go up, or it doesn't have the effect. Like, what's some of the more intricate things that you see happen as far as like mistakes people make when they get into this?
Yeah, I think I can again put this in a real simple sense as leaving a lot of money on the table, because I think when people consider products like us, I mean, when they consider about competitive pricing, they obviously typically think about decreasing their prices all the time, so discounting in a smart way. So yeah, this is one piece of the puzzle, but I really also encourage them to increase their prices in a smart way. So prices can move in two directions. People tend to forget that, but we also actually let them increase their prices in a smart way, because again, for example, if we consider a merchant this time having a better deal with a supplier, so they can actually maybe supply this product at a better cost than their competition. And for example, if they follow a simple cost-based pricing approach, and if they put maybe like 10% on top of that already good deal, they might be way cheaper than the cheapest of their competitors. And if they only follow that cost-based approach, I mean, even if they increase, for example, that product price for $10, $15, they would still be the cheapest in the market, and maybe the sales volume would be the same. But out of every single sale, they're actually leaving $10, $15 on the table. So this is what we are really trying to avoid together with our customers. And the one of the actually icebreakers of our demo calls with our merchants is actually just telling that. So we are here to help you increase your prices as well. So don't just think that we are going to be the vendor who will help you to decrease all the time. But yeah, price increases are also one other major piece of this competitive pricing game.
Yeah, it's interesting. That's something that I think aligns with a lot of the other things from some of the other presentations around, not doing the default action of what you would think in a certain tactic, right? Like optimizing pricing is all about low pricing, not necessarily, right? Like if you can be 10% higher than everybody else, but then your sales, you get a certain number more sales, and that nets out to a win for you. Like there's a lot of aspects at play here, and so I really appreciate you guys digging into this. Again, we'll have the recording if anybody wants to dig in deeper. And I know Birch shared some resources on the screen as well. So we'll be sure to have that in the notes. But Birch, thank you so much. I know with the time zone, it's a little bit late. So enjoy your rest, and we'll be in touch for the podcast soon.
Okay, take care. Thanks for inviting me. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. So Birch talked about optimizing price, guys. And another aspect that is super, super important is organic search, SEO. You guys are already aware of that. That's been important since the dawn of the internet. But a lot of stores tend to overcomplicate SEO quite a bit, and they tend to think, it's a really complicated thing to get right. And there are a lot of complex aspects to SEO, but there's also a number of things that stores get wrong because they just don't know that it's important to get right when it comes to SEO. And so today, what we've got to present is Fernando from SEMrush. SEMrush is one of the biggest providers as far as an online visibility management platform. They're used by 7 million marketers worldwide, so they have a ton of data. They've been around a long time. They've gone through, Fernando, I know you guys have gone through a lot of algorithm updates to understand, okay, here's all the things that are changing now, right? That's part of the reason I think why merchants get stressed about SEO, I guess would be the word, is this just feels like it's changing a lot. But what Fernando's going to dig into today is basically the key mistakes to avoid as an SEO or as a e-commerce store. The key things to kind of look at on your site, audit on your site, and make sure that you're getting these things right from an SEO perspective. Because I think from my own experience in SEO, I would almost say there's two parts to the strategy. One is making sure that you're not doing things that will hurt you as far as organic search. So like if you block your whole website from Google, you're not doing SEO, but you're hurting yourself, right? So there's a number of things to like make sure you just don't go backwards and hurt yourself. And then there's a number of things you can do to like be aggressive with SEO and try to get more exposure, right? So Fernando's going to be able to kind of dig into to a lot of those things. I think it'll be a very, very tactical presentation. And this is definitely one, if you're watching on the Facebook Live or any of the live streams, make sure you register on ecommercetownhall.com/live because the recordings will be available there, and you can share this with your web guys, share this with your marketing team, and say, hey, audit our site, make sure we're not making any of these mistakes. So Fernando, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. And the floor is yours. Take us through it.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm really happy to be here and welcome everyone to this session. And of course, we're going to be talking about search, about SEO. We are going to be just going through it, through all these mistakes. I will say deadly mistakes, because if you are just using a few of them, if you are just around a few of them, you will might need to fix them at some point, because you will feel all the pain that they can cause to your organization, to your store. So, but spoiler alert, I'm gonna give you right now what is the best structure that you need to use, that you need to have inside of your website. So this is the architecture that you need to be building inside of your website. So everything is built in technical SEO. So you're gonna be having visibility, you're gonna be having more awareness, and people can be able to find your store, your product, your services through any search engine, or to the majors through the major search engine, which is Google. So we're gonna be going point by point here, because this is the one. This is the the case that you need to use to build your own website by delivery, better working with the delivery. So the code, the technical stuff with the algorithm, with the HTTPS, the relevance of your website. So how you are building internally the structure of your website, the trust that you need to bring to your users through the credentials, to the privacy policy, for example, the infrastructure of your content, the markups, for example, the crawlability of your website. So let's go point by point. There are many points here, right? Let's talk about the top 10, and we're going to be focusing on this structure, on this hierarchy that we have here. Let's go with the technical SEO mistakes first, because those are the ones that I really like the most, because those are the most popular. And each time when I'm going to be showing you any mistakes, any deadly mistakes, I'm going to be showing you some data behind it as well. So how e-commerces are right now working or are not using any of these insights. So just for an instance, let's go with crawlability. So when the Google bot or any other search engine bot goes to your website, that's the crawler trying to understand what is the purpose of the content that you have, trying to understand what is the structure that you have as well, and trying to figure it out, for example, what is your business about, right? So here the main mistakes are the blue number that you're seeing here is basically the percentage of the websites that were affected by this issue, and the orange color are the average percentage of the website pages affected. So the blue one is the greatest volume, and the orange color is are just the pages that were affected. So the number one here are permanent redirects. In some cases, this can be really problematic if you are if you forgot about some of them and you don't know that you have permanent redirect from any mixed content site, and the users are just waiting a long time for entering into your webpage. That's one of the most popular mistakes here. Then block it from crawling. So you want to be visible for search engines. You need to open your doors. You need to give them the chance to crawl your website. In many cases, as you can see here, 79%, there are a lot of pages that are blocking crawlers for their website. So that's not good for anyone. Of course, if you are migrating your system, if you are changing the core stuff, maybe that's going to be a good idea. But if you forgot that you have blocked and you are not receiving any traffic, so maybe you need to check this as well. Then we can go to the for example, 404 errors, that you don't have that URL anymore, or as you might remember from your previous searches, page not found error, or any other server errors that can be there. 76% of all websites are suffering from that as well, and 73% of websites, they have temporary, not permanent, but temporary redirects. For example, from an HTTP version to an HTTPS, from a secure part of your website to an insecure part of your website. Again, that's the mistakes that you can avoid. And of course, this is the example of a poor site architecture. And you can see here that the people who are building this website, they are creating silos, right? There are several parts of the website that are not connected to each other. That's also a huge problem, because you need to be able to make users interact with the whole website so they can go from one part to the other part just with one single click. That's why you need to work better with your internal linking. And that's the second most common mistake here, working with your internal links. Here you can see that the most popular mistake here, the most deadly mistake, is pages with only one internal link. If you want to offer other products or other relevant products to the one that is showing on in that landing page, in that specific URL, you need to be able to create more links to other products, more maybe for the upsell list of the products that you have, or for other related products. But only one page with one internal link, that's a huge mistake. And you can see here that 95%, almost 96% of all websites, they have that problem. Also, the second problem here is the broken internal links, that people are clicking to a link in your website and they are not going anywhere. So they got frustrated and they're going to be just leaving your website. So if you have broken internal links, you need to fix them. You need to repair them if you need to do that, but don't have any internal broken links, because that's a really bad experience for any user. Okay, so what do you need to do here? Basically, you need to check if you have broken internal links or broken external links, because those are really bad as well. And you can fix them just verifying how many internal links you have in that URL. You can use tools, for example, like Site Audit. You can do the audit of your web page of that specific URL that you want to promote for your products or services, and check how many you have broken there and how many are working. Doing that is just cleaning the status of your website. What is a good structure for internal linking? So this is how you need to build your whole web page. You have your home page, you have your main product idea, main product second idea, main product third idea, and fourth, and all of them are internally connected by other, for example, supporting content, conversion points if they are upselling products, or any other related idea. You are selling bicycles, maybe you want to sell as well any other related product like mountain wheels, or you want to redirect that to some, for example, glasses, sport glasses. So any other related product is a good idea there, because you can interlink the whole website that you want. And of course, the third and fourth problem or mistake that we have here are kind of related. That's why I unified both problems. The first one is the sitemap, and the second one is the robot.txt file. So both files are part of your website. Let's see what about the problems that you can have here. So first of all, the first and most common problem is the sitemap is not found, that you don't have any sitemap. And that's basically given to Google a map without any direction. So they cannot see where you're putting the content that is more relevant to you. They cannot see what is the structure of your content. They cannot see basically anything. Well, actually they can see it, but it's more easy for them, it's easy for everyone if you have a map of the website. Here is the content, here are the products, here are the most relevant products, here are the users, here is whatever that you have there, you need to point it out on the sitemap. And that's basically a file that you can very easily create with tools as well, automatic tools, if you don't want to do it that manually. And of course, the second problem here is that incorrect pages found in the sitemap. So you had an old sitemap, and that sitemap is still your website, and it's not correct, and Google is just checking that all the time, and they're not seeing any relationship between the old sitemap and the site that you actually have right now. So please have a really correct, specific sitemap so you can make the Googlebot life more easier. So the second problem here is the robot.txt. Again, not found. Why do you need the robot.txt? So basically, you are giving their instructions to any robot, the crawler, that what they need to check in your website, or any limitations that they have for the crawling. Maybe you don't want to crawl any specific part of your website. You're going to be given the commands there. So that's a very important file, right? Or the second problem here is the invalid format of the robot.txt file. So again, some problems there. The commands that you have there are not the correct ones. So Googlebot is just getting crazy because they don't know what to do inside of your website. Okay, going to the mistake number 5, security. And basically it's HTTPS implementation. So HTTPS is a protocol that can be more helpful because the S at the end is secure. Well, it's not exactly like that. But here you have another layer of security because all the information is encrypted, and you have different certificates that are helping you with the level of security that they can have. In this case, you have here the two more common mistakes with security. The first one is the links that lead to the HTTP pages are linking an HTTPS site. So from a non-secure site, you have a link to a secure site. So this is mixed. This is a problem with the mixed HTTPS and HTTPS site. So you are sending people from one protocol that is less secure to another that is more secure. But between that change, you have some open spaces. Let's say for hacker attacks, for non-secure registrations to your website. So you are exposed with that kind of situations. And the second problem is more related to the content. So that's why it's mixed content. So you are sending people from the HTTP to the HTTPS website, and that for Google is a bad signal because you are given not the same experience. Immediately, you will notice that when you are in your browser, for example, and you will notice that Google is telling you this is not a secure page, and it's going to be a red dot in the browser saying that if you are sure that this site is secure or not, just leave, right? Okay, the sixth main mistake that we have here is again about security, but this time is about the server and the SSL certificates, which are related to the HTTPS. In this case, the main problem, which is the HSTS support, the high-speed internet is not allowed here for this type of certificate. For some website, this is not a huge problem, but if you have tons of traffic and you want to track more, you need to have this in the right place. So the certificate, for example, is registered with an incorrect name, or the certificate expiration, or for example, the old security protocol version is not refreshed, is not the newest one, and you have at least some minimal problems, but they're still there, insecure encryptions with the algorithm. So all these problems are solved by having the correct certificate. And most of them right now are free, but there are also that some that you can buy for the next year, 2 years, 3 years. So you can just have this in the right place. Okay, that was the on-page, the off-page optimization. What about the on-page optimization? And here we have the next big problem, which is content. Content is the most visible part of your website. Actually, it's like having another business that is working for promoting your products and services. So it's a very important part of your business. And here you have the 3 most common mistakes here inside of the of content, which is first one, low text to HTML ratio. That means that you have several lines of code inside your HTML that basically people are not seeing it, but Google can identify it very easily. But the text, the usable text, is really low in comparison with the code that you have there. So as you can see here, most of the websites has that problem, and most of the pages of the website has that problem. In terms of e-commerce, this is a huge problem because you have several products, different pages for products, and the text that you have of the description of those products are not very high, right? But you don't need to create just 1,000 of words for each product page. You need to use that for the most profitable products that you have, for the most for the star products that you want to offer, that you want to promote more. If you want to promote, let's say 100 top products, please go more creative with the content that you have for those products. And if you want to promote 1,000, please go really creative for those 1,000 products with more content. Then the next problem is duplicate content. You cannot just copy paste the same content of one web page to another, because there's gonna be here problem with the relevancy of the content, and the duplicated content is gonna be matching. Google is gonna be matching only the original one with the duplicate that is gonna be out there, not in the first page of the results. Then you have the low word count. So still, no matter if you have several lines of code there in HTML, but you don't have as many words as you should have. More words means more opportunities for Google to rank those specific keywords for better results. So what happened with the content? So in this case, you can see, okay, you can have a page with all the content that you have. This is not a problem because this is the URL for all the content that you can have, but you need to go more in depth with the content, just adding semantically related words. First, backlinks are really important, so you can just point it out those specific pieces of content from other external sources there. That's going to be a really good idea. Making your relevant content to other to make other resources outside are going to be picking the URL that you have, so you're going to be having backlinks from them, and matching the readability is also a really good idea. You cannot write about any medical equipment with the same language as you are talking with, for example, travel products or fun products or toys. The language needs to match. In some cases, it's going to be casual. In other cases, it's going to be very technical. There are also algorithms that are tracking that and are measuring the level of readability for the content that you are delivering with the pieces of text that you have. The text length is also important. How many words you need for that specific product, or how many words you need for that specific industry, is something really relevant. If you want to write about, let's say, shoes, right? It's a very broad term. You need to have at least 3,000 or 8,000 words to be able to rank at least in the first 100 positions. But if you want to rank for something like how to open a bank account, which is more long tail because you have the entire phrase there, you need to use at least 1,000 or 1,500 words. Okay, content. Again, it helps you a lot with the positioning that you have, and it can be more interesting with all the information that you can have with feature snippets. People also ask with images and also with videos. So in this case, will be really, really great for positioning all the products that you have. And of course, the number 8, meta description. This one is very easy because you need to have just a different meta description for each product that you have, for each page that you have. You can see here in my search query, I have different meta descriptions for the top results. And yes, they are kind of interesting, but the third one, I don't have any meta description. You can see it's empty. Then you can see the problem is the duplicate meta descriptions for common products or similar products, and the missing meta description that, okay, you don't have any meta description. The number 9, we're about to finish to go to the number 10, title tags. Again, with the title tags, you just need to have different title tags, not duplicated ones, not with too long terms. And of course, the title tags needs to be really engaging. If you are using title tags that are really low, well, people are not going to be attracted. So in this case, use really interesting title tags with long tail keywords, which are really great, actually. Or better, use markups, schema markups here to make your whole snippet really beautiful and professional. This looks really great on mobile devices. And the last mistake are images. Why, you can say? Well, basically, in images, most of the companies, most of the e-commerce stores are missing the alt attribute. And this is really a good one because you have a lot of images inside of your website because you have your offering products, and each product can be also searched, can be also ranked in the image search engine. So you can have, apart from the keyword, you can have the image ranking if you have that alt attribute there. Then you have the second mistake, the broken internal images and broken external images. So basically, go write a beautiful piece of content, not only for the content that you have, but also for the images. And you can choose tools, for example, like SEO writing assistants to go immediately with each of the content that you want to go, with each of the keywords and the products or services that you want to go, and match them. And basically, that's all that you need to have in place. Those are the top 10 mistakes. What about the trust factor? So basically, you can just trust me telling you that all the data that I showed you is real. It's from the real cases. So thank you very much for that.
Awesome. This was super powerful, Fernando. It actually brings me back to my SEO days. My team knows this, but we basically ran SEO white label services for big agencies. So we were doing, audits, keyword research, link roadmaps, all that type of stuff for really big brands. And a lot of stuff I know has changed since then, but a lot of it has also stayed the same on the technical piece and, making sure certain things are in place. I've got a couple questions I wanted to dig into. One of them came through one of the channels. is there a Shopify app? A lot of our audience, I think, is going to be on Shopify, Shopify Plus. Is there a Shopify app you recommend that makes it easier to, get these optimization things in place? Something like, I know you guys have talked about Yoast for WordPress sites. Is there something like Yoast for Shopify stores that you recommend looking into as kind of, getting some of the basics in place and making it a little easier to optimize things?
Well, basically, there was a long conversation, and we have several clients telling us, can you crawl Shopify website? Because the technology is kind of different, and it was kind of blocking most of the tools. About a year ago, we were able to crawl Shopify websites. Basically, it's kind of difficult to do. It was difficult to do that. Right now, it's very easy. Going even with the free SEMrush version, you just go crawl your Shopify website, and you will have all the details here with a maximum of 200, 500 pages. If you have that in the right place, that will be great.
Awesome. So definitely for the listeners, that'll make it easier to kind of audit your site along the lines of the stuff that Fernando shared. We got like 2 minutes. I want to touch on headless really quick. Can you explain like how should store owners be thinking of headless and the impact of speed optimization and that side of things? Because headless is obviously like it's a big topic now, but it's also a big investment. And I'm curious, like, what are your thoughts on stores that think they need to go headless in order to optimize for organic search? Like, how do you think about that? And how do you see customers think about that?
So basically, when you're trying to gather that visibility, that awareness, you need to use as much as techniques, as strategies as you can. A hand list is working right now for most of the e-commerce stores that are trying that. But you need to check first, where are you where are you right now? What is the situation with your store right now? You are in the process of getting the awareness. You are in the process of just trying to survive and go for user acquisition, or you are just starting to check the partners. So you need to find yourself in the process, that in the stage where you are, because going with headless is something that is kind of really high profile. Maybe you are not in that moment yet. So just check. You are ready for doing that, go for it. But better go step by step, because the competition since the last couple of years is really, really high.
Yep. Good answer. Yeah. What I'm really hearing from that is, make sure you have the baselines covered. Make sure you're really maximizing what you can do, on Plus, for example, on Shopify Plus, and then start looking into, okay, like we've maximized what we can do. We're crushing as much as we can. Now let's look at, replatforming completely to headless, which is a massive undertaking. Fernando, I appreciate you digging in. We covered so much stuff. I know there's a lot of technical pieces there, but for listeners and everyone following, be sure to just dig in to SEMrush and go through that audit process. I think that'll give you a lot of insights. And if you didn't register yet at ecommercetownhall.com/live, be sure to go there and register. We got a lot of people on Facebook and YouTube and everything watching. Go to ecommercetownhall.com/live, and we'll send you guys the recordings and any resources after as well. Fernando, thank you so much for your time today. I really appreciate you putting this together, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Take care. So we've covered a lot of different topics today here, guys. We've talked about, email. We've talked about cause marketing. We've talked about SEO now as well. We've talked about price and inventory management and that side of things. What we want to talk about now is video. Really how to leverage video in e-commerce. If you get video right, it can have a massive conversion increase. But there's a lot of challenges with using video well. And there's a lot of challenges to, like, how do you deal with the scale of all the different ways that you could use video, right? And today we've got Claudio, who is going to really dig in to how to use video to impact conversions on e-commerce. And, Claudio has experience with Review app, which enables you to collect, user-generated content and video reviews and all that type of stuff. I won't spoil anything here, but I had a conversation with him recently. He's doing a lot of massive stuff behind the scenes. And he's just a pro when it comes to video, and specifically video at scale. We're not talking about like put a video on your homepage or like have a demo video of how your product works on the product pages. We're talking about, you know, pretty advanced stuff at a very high scale with video. And when you do it at that level, it's an amazing shopping experience for customers. And that drives massive conversions. And so I'm super excited to see, you know, what you're going to be sharing with us today. And I'll turn the floor over to you. Take us through it.
Thank you so much, John. I know I came in like a late notice, but I really appreciate to be attending this event. I put the presentation quickly together in about a day. So, and I really wanted to show as much insightful information about video. So as John mentioned, we will be talking about what is the power of video in e-commerce, specifically on Shopify stores, and just some of the results that we found. As a quick intro, I'm a product designer. I've been a product designer for the past 14 years, and I had the opportunity to work with big enterprise companies, you know, such as Uber, for example. I used to work with to collaborate with Uber's growth team on their sign-up process, and had a lot of experience into how to increase conversion rates and how to properly design web applications and even websites as well. And since this year, I've started Review App, which is a video application that automatically finds, collects, and displays videos for online stores. So the problem that actually started all of this was I'm a very data-driven person. And this started with a blog, thinkgoogle.com, and I was reading that blog just to see what is the latest data, and they were showing the relationship between shopping and Google products such as YouTube, and apparently more than 50% of shoppers were leaving, according to Google's case study, were leaving the product pages mid-purchasing decision to perform their own research elsewhere. It could be Google, could be YouTube. And once they left, they obviously got distracted. They got exposed to a lot of competitor products, or bad reviews, or even other content, specifically, like especially on YouTube, where you can get a lot of recommendations once you start watching the video. So once people left those product pages, the conversion rate dropped significantly. So then, one of my challenges were like, okay, people are leaving these pages, and I was doing the same thing. Whenever I bought a product, the first thing that I would do is go to YouTube and watch unboxing videos of some YouTubers that just created, showed me an experience for that product, and just set the expectations right for me. Like I probably knew better what I was in for, what I was buying, and I wanted to also listen to their opinions, because there are a lot of videos of video reviews on YouTube about so many products, and I found the content that currently exists on YouTube is just amazing. Like, we're talking about millions of videos about so many different types of products. So it's not just a specific industry. It's all sorts of the industries, from tech, from beauty, from fitness, from supplements, you name it. So then, seeing this problem, seeing the statement that Google made, I was like, okay, so how can we keep shoppers to spend more time on site? And why weren't online stores bringing all of this content that already exists out there and it's up for grabs? Why are they not putting it on their stores? Because it's already there, and according to YouTube's copyrights, you can embed a video and put it on your site. It's no problem, as long as you're compliant and you embed it. That's absolutely fine. All that you have to do is not download it and claim it your own. So it's totally fine. I tried to search for solutions, again, being very data driven, and I honestly couldn't find any that were dedicated to doing this. So that's when I started this application, and this actually turned into an automated platform that is very focused on user-generated videos for online stores. And the benefits that I was trying to do was how can I save time with automation? It had to be automated, because you have to do this at scale. There are a lot of micro apps right now in Shopify that will allow you to maybe embed one video, or one Instagram feed or stuff like that. It's very manual, but you cannot really do it at scale, right? And I wanted to provide the instant social proof of, for that product. And how can I increase that shopper time on site? How can I keep shoppers on your site and prevent them from leaving the site to perform research on platforms such as YouTube, but keep them, and display this content up front to them, thus increasing the conversion rate. So, by the way, I structured this presentation in a way where I present questions or feedback that I received from customers. And then how do I actually solve this? How do I present these solutions? So one of these were, one of the early beta customers said, like, hey, creating video content is pretty expensive. Working with influencers and getting videos it can get really expensive. Not that there's anything wrong with it. Like, it's very good to do it, but can you do it at scale? Like, how can you produce videos for 100 or like 1,000 products? It's almost, close to impossible. So my challenge was, is there any way that we can get videos faster, right, on online stores? And in order to do that, we had to become a YouTube partner. It's actually not possible to like go ahead and just scrape YouTube. It's a very hard thing to do, but we managed to become a compliant YouTube partner. It was a very lengthy process, and I really appreciate YouTube as a partner and everyone at YouTube for allowing us this opportunity. And today we can find existing user-generated videos about your brand or products on YouTube. I mean, we're searching millions of products every single month. It's done at a really massive scale. This is an AI-powered YouTube search. We score all of the videos that we find based on the duration of the video, based on the quality of the video. We have our certain criteria, and we only search for the positive videos about your brands. So you will be getting assisted video moderation when you use our application. And at the same time, you will have all of your approved content that you find on YouTube in a single place. Once you've done that, once you've approved certain videos from that content, the content stays up to date. And all of those videos can get on your website. So we were very happy once we found a solution. We are the first ones to actually be able to do it at a huge scale that we're doing right now. Now, the second challenge was like, okay, in Shopify, today, if you want to add a video, you will probably have to get a YouTube link and then manually embed it in the description in the description section on your Shopify store, or like create a section and then put the video in there. But how can you really add videos, as John was mentioning, on a huge scale? Like, we have stores that we're working with that have 6,000, 12,000. I think our largest one has 16,000 products. How can you get videos for 16,000 products? Like fastly in an efficient way, in a way that you can moderate it and keep it under control. Or you can't actually. There's no other application that really allows you to do that. So what we do is we have a technique where we can automatically embed videos on all of the product pages. We automatically match all of the videos that we've sourced with all of the products in your store. You only have to copy the embed code as a store owner once. We also provide the consulting of like what are the best places to add video on your site. I'm going to get that. There's like a pretty good topic that I'm going to get in like shortly, but this will save hundreds and hundreds of hours of manpower and of course money. We have so many stores that have thanked us, that people don't have to manually go copy links, put them into each separate product. Absolutely not at all. There is a centralized place for content moderation for all of your approved video content that's up to date. It doesn't have any broken links, and then it's published on all of your product pages. All of the video widgets load extremely fast. Speed was very important to us. It was like, I think it's one of the most important aspect of a Shopify app, because a lot of stores have, I don't know, probably like 10 apps, 10 apps, I don't even know, like these days, some of them have even 20. And that dramatically slows down the speed of your site, which is something that should be extremely important to you as a Shopify store owner. So this was one of the very first things that we took in consideration, and we have a very fast loading time. We don't actually preload the videos. We load the thumbnails from CDN. So the videos preload in the player when the user wants to play them. So we've covered that challenge. Okay, now we can add videos at scale on all of the product pages and any page on the site in an automated way. Now people actually wanted more. How do I, they wanted fresh content. They said, okay, we found videos, we want to keep them up to date, but how do I actually own the copyrights? Because these are embedded videos from YouTube, and I would like to run ads with videos on social media. Okay, so now our challenge was like, how do we get more authentic video content for our customers, that they can actually own the rights and do whatever they want with it. So what we've done is we've added the ability to collect video testimonials from existing and new customers. And the way we do this today is we do it through email. We have a customizable email that automatically gets sent to your new customers, or you can send it to your old customers. And inside that email, there's no extra app needed to work. All that your customers will have to do is click on the record video. They're going to get instructions on the screen, and there's no app needed. Selfie camera opens up. It works on any smartphone. It works on any desktop with a webcam. They will record the video and they're going to send you the video. And then you can moderate those videos and you can offer incentives. So you will be able to offer incentives such as a discount on their next order. It could be percentage, it could be fixed amount, or even a full refund or a partial refund on the existing order. Like, there are multiple ways to offer incentives to your customer so they can send you a video testimonial. And the best part of this is you can actually put your own privacy policy and terms and conditions, so that when they send the video, they have to agree to your terms, which means you will own the copyrights to these videos and you can do so many things with them. Like, some of the best performing ads on Facebook, if not the best performing ones, are user-generated testimonials, video testimonials. They perform like crazy. So now you can get more of those and you can run ads with those. And again, I'm going through a lot of problems because people keep asking for more. Like, once they saw the power of this, they were like, okay, like, are my videos doing anything once you put them on the site? Is anyone watching them? So we actually noticed that reports was a very big part of this. Nobody in the Shopify ecosystem was offering video reports or any sort of like advanced reports in the content. So this was very important to us, is like, do videos actually work? Because there are a lot of apps out there that tell you, we increase conversion, we do this, we do that. And they afterwards, they tell you, trust us, we do it. But they don't actually tell you the data. Like, do you actually do it? So I'm on a journey of like actually proving that this works. And I'm going to show you in a minute, like, this actually works. Like, once you start doing it right, engagement is off the roof and conversion increases. So what we're offering is the most powerful video analytics for online stores. You can track shopper engagement. You can track, your top videos, your top products. You can track conversion, the ROI, and also perform video testing, because it's very important to see what types of video actually work on my site. Unboxing videos, how-to videos, product presentation videos. Until you actually get it into your shopper's eyes and test it, you won't actually know. Like, people sometimes just put a video on the site and then hope for the best. We don't know if it's going to work, but like, we're hoping for the best. Well, that's not us. We're actually going to show you what works and what's not, so that you can make data-driven decisions. And we get a lot of questions like, what is the best place to put video on my online store? This is one of the most common ones. And because of my design background, and because of, most of my team actually has a design background, we can offer a lot of consultancy on this. And we actually engage with people's stores, and we look at their product pages, we look at their home pages, at their overall design, and find the best places, where we can add the videos. We already know what are like some of the best places, because we've seen what converts very well, and we run multiple experiments on Shopify stores. But we still try to create a bespoke solution for everyone. And then, another question is like, what type of video works best? Is it like, again, an unboxing, a how-to? Like, there's so many types of videos. And for us, it was like, the challenge was like, how can we offer a lot of customizability, to add videos to online stores? And that was the challenge, so that they can place afterwards the videos anywhere and it'll look amazing. And in order to achieve that, we actually had to touch some key objectives, which was like, we need to have pre-designed themes like sliders, grids, carousels, you name it. Whatever widget we're going to include on the site has to match the store branding. So it has to be customizable, change the colors, make it so that it's, fully customizable and matches the branding of that store. Mobile is extremely important for us. So all of our video widgets are automatically fully responsive, adaptive. They're like water in a glass. No matter where you put them, they're automatically going to adapt. Of course, you will have like the manual controls if you want to set the width, the height, and all that. But by default, they're just going to take the entire width of the section where you're going to put them. And on top of everything, speed. Speed is very important. All of these widgets have to load extremely fast, because as I mentioned before, I think that a lot of apps are neglecting this aspect, and they're really affecting the site speed of those Shopify stores. So that's one objective, that like we have to like touch. So I'm going to show you some examples of some actual stores and how they're using it and some of the best practices. So these are like really 3 common cases. This is grillrescue.com. They've been with us for a while. They've sourced, they've collected content with us. They've shown the video with us. They've been with us, I think, for the past 4 months, ever since we were even in beta. But one of the places is right underneath the add to cart button. So you should place the videos directly where shopping decisions are made, right? Because that one of the places where people are going to look are exactly at the add to cart button. It's probably one of the most colorful buttons and the biggest, high contrast buttons on your page. So having videos underneath that will look great. Another way to show this is by including a YouTube reviews area. Now, this is complementary to your text and photo reviews. You can keep those applications. We encourage for you to keep both. But we've seen great results with the videos being placed on top of this area, like just above it, with great engagement. And then videos can also be placed on the homepage, on the category pages. There's so many different ways that you can use these. And again, on mobile, what we do with the video widgets is these are automatically adaptive and fully responsive. Even the video player adapts for mobile, and it's fully responsive. The video player changes when the user sees it on mobile resolution. So getting to the main question of this talk, what is the actual power of video? So I actually have some case studies that some of our customers were kind enough to let me share. I cannot share any dollar amounts, but I can share some pretty cool engagement results and conversion results. So this is absolutely.com Shopify Plus store. They've been with us for more than 3 months. Amazing customer, amazing entrepreneur. They set up the store all by themselves in probably, 2 or 3 minutes. All of the videos that they're showing, we found for them on YouTube, and they've approved those videos. They have placed those videos at the bottom of the page in a video reviews section right above their FAQs. And I'd like to share some of their engagement results. So in the past 30 days, this store has had more than 15,000 videos watched. People have watched videos on an average of close to 4 minutes. So people are actually watching video. If you put it on your site, if you choose the right video, if you put it in a way where it's easily accessible, it looks like it's perfectly integrated with your site, they're going to watch it. So they were watching on an average of 3 minutes and 48 seconds. And we totaled up the entire time on site that they've spent extra for this. And it's over 1,000 hours. And I think that if I were to divide 1,023 hours by 24 hours, that is actually 42.6 days of cumulative time that we've added on that site in the past 30 days. So people have spent more than 46 days on the site just because they were watching the videos. And now a very cool thing is we don't actually just track the clicks. When we say 15,000 video watched, I actually mean these are videos watched. So we have a condition where we only track videos that are watched for a minimum of 5 seconds. So it's an actual engagement, not a click. And afterwards, we've seen that the average is 4 minutes. Now, we also track influence orders because we know that if somebody watches the video, that video has power over them. It will influence that shopper towards a buying decision. So this is a very important metric for us. And what we do and what we can show is if in the same browser instance, a shopper watches a video, and then again, in the same session, in the same browser instance, they purchase the product, this is a complete order of that product immediately after watching the video, we're going to track those orders because we consider that the video has had some influence over that order. So this store has had over 500 influence orders with an ROI of 350x. They were, again, we were very impressed by the performance. They set it up in 2-3 minutes. They immediately left us a really good review. Again, and it's a store that sells only one best-selling product. It wasn't even like fitting the entire, the entire speech that I just told about videos at scale, but they put the videos right, and they were able to measure the performance of those videos and draw some really big conclusions, and they never left. Now, another store which does video at scale is facescanada.com. And with Faces Canada, they were extremely kind to us and even shared some of their Google Analytics, which I can show in a censored way, but I can still show some of it. We've performed experiments with them, like how are shoppers actually behaving with this video? Like I was very, very curious. And what are the best places to put it? Even like the size of it, the size of the play buttons, the text that we're using. We performed so many tests with them. And they're using it on their site, on their best-selling products, I think, on the homepage, on the category pages. And what we've seen was, nothing close to amazing. And we've seen their average conversion rate during that period was close to 3%. For people that weren't watching video. And then over here, we have the Google Analytics. I have to censor some amounts and I can only show the percentages. Like, thank you so much for allowing me to even do that. but I'm very, like we pride ourselves with the fact that this works once you do it right, and we can show it. So these are all product pages where we've tested different ways of showing video, and what we've seen is a conversion increase. So once somebody watches the video, the conversion rate just, it just jumped up to even 15%, like 15.47% for like some products. We had like 10.63, 12.19, 6, 15. On an average, it was close to 10% conversion increase for people that watch video. So then the question was like, does video work? That wasn't the question. The video works. How can we get more videos like everywhere? So how can we get, better results with, with videos for Shopify stores? That was, this is the next challenge that, that we're trying to solve. And I'm not going to tell you the solution, obviously, but no, I will tell you some of it. I was just kidding. We are planning a very, very big reveal in the next few days. And we've had amazing results with YouTube as an official partner with them, but we will be adding Instagram, TikTok, video. Imagine what you can do with all of your Instagram stories, all of your TikTok videos, all of your Instagram videos. Why have those stories expire after 24 hours when you can keep them forever and leverage and monetize those on your Shopify store? And on top of adding all of the major video platforms and performing integrations with them, we will also be adding advanced Google Analytics so that we're going to be directly connected with your data, and we can observe the entire shopper journey. We're already observing it on some stores. We can see the difference in between shoppers that watch video and that don't watch video. What are the percentages that add to cart? Out of those, what are the percentages that actually convert? And also, what is the average order value? We're tracking refunds, because I presume that once somebody watches a video, they're going to know what to expect better from a product, and the number of refunds will decrease. So thank you so much for having me, John. This was the data that I wanted to share. And for all of the big news, I'm at Claudio Choba on Twitter, on LinkedIn. Follow us, and I can't wait to share the big news and what we're launching. Can't wait.
Awesome. This has been super powerful. I mentioned at the beginning that you and I chatted. I think it was on Thursday. And I was actually like looking forward to this to understand, like, I wonder exactly what it is, because I could kind of envision it based on what you had said on Thursday, but seeing this, it's pretty amazing to see what you're putting together. And for stores that have like tried video stuff, like what Claudio's talking about is making it easy to do at scale with the ways that he's talked about here. And nobody's done that yet. You know that, but I know that Absolutely. As well. So really, really powerful to see that. So where can people get notified to kind of hear exactly when that announcement is? If you can share your screen again, or maybe my team did. For the team, if you guys can share his screen one more time, is Review App the best place to go, or what's the best place?
It's my Twitter handle. I think that's the best way, or our company LinkedIn or our company website. It's either me or the company. We have Hayden from our marketing team sharing content. There's already a product hunt ship page, that we're gathering some email addresses with. But follow us, stay tuned. Some really big news.
Is that Hayden Fleming? Hayden Fleming?
Yes, that's Hayden Fleming. That's
yeah. They were on YouTube earlier. Awesome.
Yep.
I think she was saying that she'd be taking all the notes. Good. Allison was asking what the name of the company is that's speaking now. Allison, it's review.app is where you can find out more. Have you released the name of whatever might be coming?
No, I'm yet to tell the new name of the company. There's actually a funny story about the company name. We started with video reviews, and the company, I thought it was like, okay, it's video reviews, so it should be a review. But then a lot of people were like, we already have a review app. And I was like, we don't do reviews, we do video. I mean, I noticed that, after my first probably like outreach campaign or like partnership call, and the company name will change. Even if you go to the same domain, it's going to redirect to the new name.
Yeah.
But this is launching in the next few days, probably end of this week, beginning of next week. I'm still gonna hold it for myself and then just launch it for everyone. But very excited with it. I'm very appreciative of Instagram, of TikTok. Like, they have amazing teams, and I'm so excited to share with the world what we can do with video at scale.
Awesome. Well, I'm super excited to see what you put together. We'll get you on the podcast as well once the launch is done to, really dig into that. But I appreciate you moving this forward so quickly, coming in last minute, and just kind of breaking down. I want to acknowledge something too for people that are watching. I think one thing that was different about this session, it was a lot more about, the product and like what he's put together and what it enables you to accomplish. But in our discussion on Thursday, like I just saw the power of what Claudio and the team were putting together, and I said just kind of walk through how the whole thing works, because it is, I don't want to say impossible, but it would be extremely hard for brands to be able to do the stuff he talked about, without having solid tools that get all the data and do everything that they've done. So I said, look, just kind of pull back the curtains on what's possible with the tool. And so, I hope you guys see the power of that. I hope that you'll follow him to be able to see what's coming next. And again, use video. Video works. It turns it into kind of like almost like the offline, real in-person shopping experience, but honestly at an even better level. So thank you so much for jumping in, and we'll be in touch, Claudio.
My pleasure, John. My pleasure. Have a good one. Thanks so much.
Take care. Enjoy the evening.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we've got one more presentation. It's amazing how fast this event has gone by. And this next presentation is Shikar Kapoor from ConvertCart.com. Shikar and I have got quite a bit of content together both ways, so good to see you today, Shikar. For listeners that haven't seen some of the content we've done, Shikar and his team run over 5,000 experiments a year for a ton of different e-commerce stores, 34 or 35 plus industries, and they really have a deep understanding of not only like what works and what doesn't with e-commerce, but also an understanding of how to test properly and what the right way to run tests is. And so today, Shikar is going to be really sharing, his experience on how they've done that, and basically sharing like 5 different, ideas that you can test yourself that you probably haven't thought of yet, that I think will really spark some ideas for you and things that you can integrate into your testing routine. And if you're not testing things to see how they improve conversion constantly with e-com, it's a big missed opportunity. And I think what Shikar is going to share is going to give you the ability to really see, how to do that. And if you're already doing it, it's going to give you some ideas on additional things to test that they've seen have pretty strong results. So Shikar, thank you so much. I'm super, super excited to see what you put together. You always bring your A game, and I'll pass it off to you. For listeners, be sure to ask questions in the comments. Shikar will see those, and I can kind of go through those during Q&A. And then also one last time, if you guys want recording so you can pass this around to your team, register at ecommercetownhall.com/live. So that you guys can get the recordings and resources after. So thank you so much, Shikar. Over to you to dig in.
Thanks a lot for having me, John. This is always fun. And I think I have indeed brought my A game today. I've got 5 really solid examples of stuff that we've done. And what I also was able to do last minute is I also have data of exactly, what kind of improvement those experiments brought about, why they did or did not work, and a bunch of other stuff. So I think it's going to be interesting. And I'm also thinking, so there's a very quick giveaway at the end of the presentation, so I'm gonna talk about that as well. But yeah, I think I jump right in, and yeah, happy to take questions along the way. Thanks a lot. So first of all, I think before we get into the ideas themselves, one of the things that I've learned personally and my team has learned is conversion optimization is something that it truly directly influences the success of an e-commerce store. And I cannot emphasize this enough, where if you are a small store, if you're just, if you've been around for not that long and you're trying to crack demand, conversion optimization is the next thing that you're going to start to focus on, because once you have consistent traffic coming in, you already have revenue coming in. You can get, you can literally double your revenue, double your ROI on ads, double everything, or increase all kinds of metrics that you're really trying to attack if you work obsessively on your conversion rate. But what we've also seen working with so many different entrepreneurs is it's super hard to work on conversion optimization. And there's a very simple reason for it, which is, if you see on the screen here, On the left, you see the standard process that is to be followed for effective conversion optimization. So what you're really looking to do is effectively and continuously collect the right kind of data, collect behavioral data from your site, understand what people are doing, why they are doing it, why not, so on and so forth. Then find problems, and then find solutions to those problems, of course. And then deploy those solutions, and then keep doing that again and again and again. Now there are a few things. First is, when you start to find problems, they'll be spread across different behavioral dimensions, right? So there could be a problem with discovery, or people are feeling anxious when they're on your site, they don't trust your brand or the product that you're selling. It could be related to relevance or trust. So it could be a lot of different things. And then as far as solutions go, these solutions could be completely custom deployments that you do on your site, which could be a UI or a UX improvement, or these could be third-party tools that you end up signing up with, which could be, say, a search or a review system, or something like the video tool that we saw just before. And videos do work, by the way, I can vouch for that. But yeah, so the thing is, not only do you need to effectively and consistently run this process again and again and again, you also need to be able to come up with the right solutions. So you need experience, expertise at every step of the way. And second, you need to be able to find the right tools and solutions. And that's why we think it's been super difficult for companies to see success with conversion and optimization. And we've seen that consistently each time. With SaaS, off-the-shelf tools, really speaking, what's been broken is the fact that they all solve very specific problems, and there's no all-in-one sort of solution out there. Now, and I think there's sort of a strong bias towards driving demand. I see massive stores which already have a lot of organic and direct demand coming in, continuing to invest on ads, and continuing to optimize purely what they do within ads to drive more ROI from ads, whereas what they could just simply do is improve their conversions and improve their experience. So I think there's a bunch of things that end up getting better once you start to focus on conversion rate. So your ROI gets better, your ROAS gets better. You can truly compete, because it's when you're media buying, when you're spending money on ads, you're competing for space, and then you're paying for it against your competitors. And then you drive traffic and you bring people to the site. And then if you don't give them a good experience, you're sort of, what happens. I mean, you're losing money basically. This is the only way to make advertising work, to be completely honest. Your email list grows significantly faster. Your organic traffic converts better. So that means it sends the right signals to Google, which means you have relevant stuff for people who are coming in organically, and then you start to rank higher automatically. If you focus on content through optimization, that helps in a massive way. And you basically, I think, proactively are trying to squeeze more sales from the traffic you already have. You don't need to bring more traffic in. Look at your industry benchmarks for conversion rates. If you don't have them, ask us. Part of that is also going to be the giveaway at the end. But the bottom line is, I think obsessive focus on optimization has disproportionate results. Making $5-6 in returns from $1 spent on ads is considered great. Check these numbers out. Check out the ROI numbers on conversion optimization. They're $50-60 being made back from each dollar that's spent on CRO. So I think it beats me on why companies don't spend a disproportionate amount of money on optimization. Even that's not needed. Even a small amount of money spent on optimization has disproportionate results that you'll obviously see coming through. Let's jump into the ideas now. Let's cut to the chase. I'm going to walk you through 5 of these. Happy to take questions along the way. But I think some of these are obvious, but I'm going to give you the backstory of why we did it the way we did it and what was the impact. And then, of course, if I'd be open to share, hearing anybody's thoughts here. Let's begin the first one. It's basically related, and we're talking about site search. And what we are really trying to attack here, and what we have seen with the data we've analyzed is, for this client, for this site, is that users that were using the search bar, they were converting at least twice more than the people who were not using the search bar, right? So that's something that was super clear. But what we've also seen across hundreds of other clients is, typically people that use the search bar in a site, they should convert 5 times better and not 2 times better. It should be 5 or more times better than people who are not using the search bar. And the reason for that is really simple. They have a clear intent. They know what they want. They're going to come search for it if they find it. If they find it, they're going to go and purchase. So the intention here was two things. One is make search more relevant, which means make sure that more people use the search so that you have a higher you have a bigger chunk of the audience being exposed to directly finding what they may be looking for. And second is improve search results or serve better results. I'm going to show you the before and after, what the search looked like before, and then what it looks like right now. So this is the site. This is one of our clients. The search call to action is tucked away in one corner, very standard e-commerce Shopify theme setup. And the first goal, of course, was to make search highly prominent. This is what it looks like now. So it's, of course, it's right in the middle, in the header. So there's this, so that's super clear. And the other interesting thing that we've managed to do is, make sure that search, whatever search is being made, we collect a lot of data around it. So, for example, for this client, when I do get into the product here, what we've managed to do over time is also collect data on what people are searching for, right? What are the basically, for example, if you look at some of the search terms here with poor relevancy, what that really means is, people that searched for car, they engaged with the product in the 9.2 or the 10th position, which means all the results that showed up in the first 9 positions were irrelevant. And most users end up scrolling down and engaging with products which are showing in the search results in the bottom. So if we can find a way to show these more relevant results up top, you are thereby, of course, increasing the speed at which they're going to find something that's relevant to them, if that makes sense. And then, of course, there's more. So what are some of the most used filter options? And then you instantly start to see, of course, the impact. So without search, the conversion rate is about 2.58%. With search, it's 9.15%. I think the result is really, really clear. What we've also seen is, the search conversion rate, before from the conversion rate for people who were using the older search experience versus the new one, there's a 3 times improvement. They were converting at about 4.58% before. That's about 13.61%, give or take. Currently, this is spread over, of course, a certain amount of time, so that this is, of course, statistically significant. So that's the first idea. The first one is obsessively focus on search. Analyze, what the conversion rate is for people who use the search bar and the ones that don't use the search bar, and then double down to make sure you're also able to find, whether you want to make more people use the search bar. So just making the search bar prominent is going to solve half that problem, or B, serve more intelligent, better search results. Now, the next one is product discovery, and I think this is something that is discussed a lot. There are a lot of off-the-shelf tools that help solve this. Product discovery, of course, is something you can also solve by doing great search. But I think this is sort of the most fundamental thing in a site's experience, right? You have a product that you think fits. You've beaten the competition as far as pricing and other stuff goes. You've been able to drive demand for it. The next thing that's going to be super important is making it super easy for people to find it on your site, especially if you have a high number of SKUs. And in this example's case, we have a very peculiar piece of data that we saw. So first thing that we saw is the percentage of site visitors using the category page filter was far lower than what we have seen, right? So there's a category page. I'm actually going to go ahead and show you what I'm trying to talk about. So this is the client, right? So they're selling CBD related products, and they have these filters on the left side, right? But the percentage of people that would land up on this page that were using the filters was really low. And we are instantly able to compare that percentage with the benchmarks that we have seen with other clients, and that's how we know that's really low. And we wanted to do something about that. Visually, of course, if you see the filter navigation is too long, if you see the filters go way beyond the product listing itself. So Some of the most important filters, so size or flavor, people might just miss them completely. So they just look at the products, they're not looking at the filters. That's primarily where you're focused, center of the screen. You don't even look at the filters, and you're likely to not use them. So there are two things here. One is to improve the usage of these filters so that you help people find what they're looking for. That's number one. Number two is see if that is a valid hypothesis. You test out a better experience and you see if that improves conversion rates. So now let me show you what happened. We've made a quick improvement here. So instead of showing all the filters like this, we've bundled them together, and this is what they look like now. So you've got categories, THC free, yes or no, flavor and strength, just the flavor, and size and strength. So you've got a really clear, um, you know, display of what the filters look like. They're also sticky. So as I scroll through the page, they're going to stick around on the left. Now let's go and take a look at the data. Again, the hypothesis, the solution, the suggested solution here was bundle filters to enable the user to quickly understand what filters are available and then dive in. Right? Let's go to take a look at the data. The first piece, the first table that you see here is 121% improvement in filter usage. So the percentage of people that were using the filter, that went up by 121%. So that's the first win. That means, yes, if you make them more accessible, more people use it. So even before the data for conversions is statistically significant, we've already figured out that we are in the right direction, and more people have started to use the filter because we've done the right thing. The next thing is the conversion improvement that has happened because of that. So what you're looking at here is the conversion rate for the control group and the experiment group, and you're looking, I think this is flipped, but the gain was about 5.52% for this one. So really simply put, it's actually a really simple implementation. We've just made filters more accessible, easier to use, and that's about it. And I think at root, what we're trying to basically solve is product discovery. That's really what we are after. Now, the next one is to do with personalization. By the way, I hope I'm doing with good as far as speed goes. So if you have any feedback for me, you want me to slow down, you want me to speed up, let me know in comments. If you have any questions, I can take them up right now. Personalization backed with data. Now, I think there's too much that's already happening with personalization. The problem with personalization right now, and I personally know a lot of companies. I know founders that run companies that run personalization tools, and there are recommendations that are there. There are suggestive tools. There are a lot of different kinds of solutions out there, plug and play tools that can help you, run some kind of product recommendations. I only see one fundamental problem with that. That fundamentally speaking, SaaS tools that offer personalization, it's sort of ironic because they're built to function in a one size fits all sort of a way. Now think about it this way: about 50% of e-commerce is fashion. So if I was building a SaaS tool, I would build it so that it fits fashion first, because that's where the market is. And then for any other industry to be successful with whatever SaaS tool is out there, the only way for them to achieve that success is that they tailor it down to those industries. But that's not favorable. That's not gonna help the business use case for that tool. So what we have seen is really nailing down implementation of personalization is what's important, because normally what happens is you see blocks of recommendations, bestsellers, or recommended products, and they're the same for each customer. What we are able to do is we are able to double down and make it highly relevant to any business that we're trying to deploy it for. I'm going to very quickly show you what I mean by that. So for example, if I'm trying to set up recommendations for the client that we just looked at, UGears, let's say I'm trying to set it up on the product page, I'll go ahead and choose how I want it to look. Then I can go ahead and select an algorithm I want to show. So for example, I want to show recently viewed products, right? The interesting thing is, not only can you choose from whatever is off the shelf, like you would in the case of, say, I don't want to name names, but say one of the bigger, personalization tools available out there, you can also come up with custom algorithms, right? So you could say, for users based out of California, I want to show bestsellers that are, bestsellers within that state. So you can go down to that level. You can even try and personalize basis whatever information you have available for the user. So if you know it's an existing customer, your recommendations will exclude the products they've already bought. Whereas if it's a new customer, you're going to show them bestsellers just the way that you're supposed to show them. So you can really take it to the next level by creating these custom algorithms. So the thing is, in the front end, it's not going to be visible. In the front end, it's all going to sort of be, it will all fall under the same umbrella of, say bestsellers or just recommended products that you're trying to show someone. So the implementation I'm showing you here um, is, for example, in this case, we've got bestsellers on the homepage. This is again personalized depending on what you have in your cart and what you see. For example, for me, I added the B12 plus patch in my cart and I did not buy it. So the next time I visited the site, it's not only showing me the bestsellers, it's showing me what I had in my cart as a bestseller, which it is, but it's showing it to me because I have already abandoned the cart once with this product in the cart. On the product page, we have similar suggestions. So we've got a bunch of other products. And then in the cart page again, we're trying to show some recommendations. Now, the impact of this is again quantifiable. So conversion rate for, of course, for people that engaged with these recommendations, they converted about 3 times better. And the other piece is, 20%, more than 20% of the people that engaged with the recommendation, they added a product to the cart. So you can see how the add to cart rate went up, right? The rate at which they were adding stuff to cart, that went up by about 3 times, more than 3 times. And that instantly tells you that you've helped the user find something that they were looking for. And that's the most important thing to remember, that if you can just keep pushing your experience in that direction, you are automatically solving a problem. Moving on to the next one, this is a really interesting one. I'm going to try and speed up in interest of time. And with this one, the interesting piece is free shipping is something that almost everybody suggests to an e-commerce store, especially if they're an agency, if they're an optimization company, because it's very easy to get that implemented. And the cost is mostly borne by, of course, there's cost associated with each transaction. So it eats into margins like crazy. But it's something that instantly solves for conversions. But that's not the right way to do it. Because for this client, for example, we ran a simple survey on their site, right? And we asked them, why is it that they're looking to drop off? Why is it that they don't want to go ahead and purchase the product if they're exiting? And 50% of them said that the shipping cost was too high. So this is a magazine site, and they felt that the shipping cost is super high. But free shipping was not an option for this company, of course, because they're selling magazines. It's apparently a low margin business, and you don't want free shipping to eat out of the margins. So what we decided to do is we decided to show an exit intent pop-up only to the visitors which had a high intent. So only if the visitor has spent a certain amount of time on the site and they've got a product in their cart, and they're trying to exit. So there's a few segments. They've spent some time on the site, they have a product in their cart, and they're trying to exit. This pop-up will be shown to them. And what we're trying to tell them is you're going to 50% off on shipping cost if you complete the transaction in the next 30 minutes. So the timer starts to run. If I say, yes, I'd like a discount on shipping, this is going to continue to stick up top. And then you're kind of hurrying the user into. So the intention was, this was only given to those people that qualified the criteria. So you're not giving a blanket free shipping. This is not somebody who is abandoning the site. So all the transactions that were anyways going to happen are continuing to happen. You are only intervening where you think there is an intervention that's needed, where data tells you it's needed. Now, the impact of this is massive because, as I said, free shipping always works. If you've not done it, do it. If you can afford it, do it. Don't even test it, just start to offer free shipping. But the bottom line is that the conversion rate for people who were shown this pop-up was 88% higher than the people that were not shown this pop-up. So it's extremely clear. I think this was one of the most statistically significant clear improvements we've seen. You can see that the volume itself, the number of people that were that this was exposed to itself was small because instantly the improvement was seen. So that was super, super interesting to run. Now, the last one is something that, again, and I'm just going to skip to the next idea. I don't see any questions coming up yet, but yeah, I'm going to keep going. The last one is about trust. I think this is also something that's been over suggested, but I would want to focus. I would want everybody to focus purely on the methodology that we took to come up with this, right? So there are two ways to do this. One is you just go sign up with a free app and you think it's going to work for you and you just go and implement it and you never test it. So you really speaking don't know if it really worked. You had no real reason to implement it because data definitely did not point at this as a problem, which is trust. And third, because you've not A/B tested and because you just added something to your site, so it'll have a whole lot of other negative impacts. So you added new JavaScript to your site, it's probably going to slow you down, a bunch of other stuff. Let's take a look at what we've done here. So this client's name is Applique, and what we've done is we've run a survey. So we've run a survey for the product page or the custom design page. There are two pages where we saw there was a very high exit rate. And out of the people that were exiting, about 30 to 40% people, were ones who have already spent more than 4 to 5 minutes on the site, right? So they've spent 4 to 5 minutes on it. That's a long time. 4 to 5 minutes on the site, and then they're exiting. So we're trying to show them this pop-up, and we're asking them, why is it that you're leaving, right? So we're collecting data on it. Now, the thing about these pop-ups and surveys is, and this is something that I get asked a lot, only a small percentage, yes, only a small percent of the people will fill this, but the ones that do, they'll give you priceless nuggets of information. And in this case, a large majority of the people that filled this, they pointed at trust being the concern. So what the option that they were choosing was they were hesitant to buy from a new manufacturer. These guys are big now. So as far as custom stuff goes, for in the artist community, I think Applique is the way to go. But at the time, people were hesitant of buying from a new manufacturer. So what we really wanted to do is do something really simple, and then go from there. So the thing about reviews, and this is sort of a question for the open forum here. The thing about reviews is there's a review tool on almost every site on the face of earth. But I challenge everybody here. Have you ever seen a negative or a 1-star or a 2-star review on any of these sites? No, because you can moderate them. As shop owners, we know that. And it's only a matter of time till the customers start to know that, right? And I think it's important to understand that reviews can only take you so far. It's going to tell people that other people bought it and they liked it. But if reviews as a whole are taken for granted, then that basically has no positive impact on the trust you're trying to generate with these people. So what we've done here is this is what the product page looked like earlier. I'm going to refresh the after and before both. I'm not sure which tab here is the before and the after, but so we had a very subtle message come up for people who have spent a certain amount of time on the site, which is this one, right? Hot product, over 43 people looking at this product. Really simple implementation. I'm sure you've seen some of these several times. I know there are free tools that can help you make this happen. But we only did this because the data told us to do it. We did, and then it goes away, so it doesn't stick around. It doesn't eat into the person's attention. And the intention, again, as I said, is the methodology, and of course, the data pointed at this being a key problem. When you look at the improvement, it's obviously very, very obvious. So with a 23% plus gain for this segment. Now, so note what I've written. It says with a 23% plus gain for the segment, the implementation proved to be an effective way to alleviate anxiety, which means for the people that had a high time on site and had spent a certain amount of time on the product or the custom product page, that's where we showed this message. So instead of just showing it to everybody, I think that's really what basically matters. It was statistically significant at 94%, so naturally that was there, and I think that's really why it obviously worked. I think I've already mentioned, and I'm nearing the end here, but I think what I've already made ample clear is conversion optimization is tough to, of course, work with. You need the right kind of people, you need the right kind of technology, so you need a bunch of stuff. But if your fundamentals are broken and you don't have experience, the chances of you seeing success are really low. And that's why I think what we encourage all of our customers to do, all of our prospects to do, all the people that I meet, is ask us for an analysis, ask us for a free analysis, which is also the giveaway that I have for our today's discussion. So what we are open to do, and this is my email address, what we are open to do is a free, absolutely free. We'll not charge you for it. We'll not pitch you our services. A free page by page conversion rate optimization report for your store. The whole idea here is to just come in, take a look at your site's experience, find the places where we think you're losing customers and revenue, find some of these low-hanging fruits like the ones that I showed you, and then of course give you a bunch of ideas. But yeah, I mean, I think the goal is to start at the right place, start somewhere as far as optimizations go. This is a good place to start, of course, with the analysis. It's free, no commitments. But the intention is, of course, to start to look at data and then go from there. But this is great. I think thanks a lot, John, for having me. And I hope these ideas helped. Worst case, you'll just go and test them yourself. I'm happy if you do that. I'd be extremely happy if I see some of these implemented on some of the people here. But yeah, I hope this was helpful.
Awesome. It's always good to see how deep you go, Shikhar. And it's one of the things that stood out, this came out in one of our other conversations too, is this concept of optimizing like at a cohort level. So like, what is the best way to drive conversion on people that are already, at a certain point in the site, and then testing within that cohort? That's the type of stuff that can really, really move the needle. And so I hope for people listening, I hope that you guys will take advantage of that audit. I know we're coming up on time, so we're going to wrap up in a second. But that audit, Shikhar works with a number of our clients. We both work with the same clients in a lot of cases, and I've seen the inner workings of that audit. I've seen the inner workings of their work. It's super, super valuable, and they have a similar approach to us as on how to provide value up front for prospects. So even if you guys don't end up working together, you'll get a ridiculous amount of value from going through that part. And I also think you'll probably end up working together because of the process. But thank you so much, Shikhar. Really, really appreciate you coming in, and I also appreciate the time zone. I know it's late on your side of the world, but still brought your A game. I appreciate that, and we'll definitely be getting the recording out to everyone. Also, Shikhar is. I think he was the first or second interview on our podcast, ecommercetownhall.com. Yeah, so definitely dig into that as well if you guys want to, dive deeper. He's got additional content that he shared on there.
Yeah, I think I got carried away. I think I got carried away in that one.
That's good. Yeah, that's why I like podcasts like that. I like podcasts where they just go really deep. Like if people want to fast forward, they can fast forward, but it's kind of like just a conversation where we can kind of pick your brain and learn from your experience. So thank you for making this event work, Shikhar. We really appreciate it. And I'm looking forward to collaborating more. I know I've got a call actually with your team, I think tomorrow morning. So we'll be in touch.
All right. Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me,
Thank
John.
you so
Thank
much.
you. Bye-bye.
Appreciate it. All right, guys. That brings us to the end of the event. And I want to thank you guys for coming to the e-commerce town hall. I really hope that you've been able to find at least a few actionable things that you can implement, share with your teams, and really, again, just scale up and streamline regardless of what level you're at. We have the recordings for today's event. We're going to chop them up into different sections, get them on the site, make them digestible, all that type of stuff. So if you aren't registered at ecommercetownhall.com/live, be sure to do that, even if it's after and you're seeing this recording on Facebook or YouTube or wherever it's at. ecommercetownhall.com/live. That's where you can go to basically get the recordings as well as the additional resources. Also, be sure to check our podcast. We've got a podcast at ecommercetownhall.com. We've got a number of interviews up there already and more on the way. And we focus those interviews on being able to understand the inner workings of different stores, different people that have worked on these stores, and really understand, again, actionable things that you can implement on your own site. So be sure to check out ecommercetownhall.com. We'll also let you know about the next e-commerce town hall live event we have coming up. And then lastly, like I mentioned at the beginning, this whole event was brought to you by helpflow.com. We provide 24/7 live chat teams to over 100 e-commerce stores. We've been doing it for 6 years. We've done millions of chats during that time and just worked with a whole range of stores. We also run full customer service teams for a number of brands as well. But on the live chat side, the first step of how we look at potentially working with somebody is to do an abandons audit. An abandons audit and a strategy call where we'll basically dig into your Google Analytics, really understand like where are people abandoning throughout the purchase process, throughout your entire site, and looking at how can you save those people with live chat? How can you engage and help them through the purchase process? And so what I tell people is even if you don't end up working with us, you'll get a ton of value by going through that audit process with my team. We've worked with a lot of stores and we bring that value to those calls and really just try to see if it's a no-brainer to do 24/7 chat on your site. So check out helpflow.com. Again, there's no obligation or anything weird or salesy. It's just a discussion, digging into your data, and you'll get value out of it even if we don't work together. Last thing I want to do is I want to thank Angel and Jess on my team. They are involved behind the scenes for all the presenters. You know Angel and Jess. They have really been the ones that have organized this entire event. I know you guys are watching right now. If you want to come on the screen, you can, but I didn't want to make you guys awkward and pull you straight on the screen. But Angel and Jess have absolutely crushed it putting this event together. This live event has been in the work for a long time, 3 to 5 months. Angel was really the mastermind behind the strategy and getting everything in place. And then Jess has been basically coordinating a ridiculous amount of things to make it a reality. And I have to say that I'm just really grateful for both of you, Angel and Jess, for putting this together, for making it smooth. I had multiple speakers contact me and say, man, this is just going really smooth. We're excited for the event. You got a great team. And now as we wrap up with, I'll knock on wood, with no technical issues, no delays, and no problems during the event, I can say that it was a big success. And I'm really, really proud of the work that you guys have done. So Angel and Jess, thank you guys so much. Thank you for the rest of the team on everything that goes into these events. And thank you to the speakers. Check out ecommercetownhall.com/live for the recordings of this event. And otherwise, make sure you implement what you've learned today. Thank you guys so much.